Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I worship God in spirit, you worship God like Buddha. Come at me, a bloodline from the tribe of Judah. I live high class because life has definitely spoiled me. Diamonds, gold shining, what you expect from royalty. I'm the real prince, but ain't no purple rain. I came to bring the pain, you ain't ready, name. Apostle Lamar, my name and fame is blown up. You're a wild child, man, handled by a grown up. Watch me smile as I feed you like a stepchild who just stole something because you don't know nothing. It's the Prince of Judah, now look into my eyes. I put it in the false doctrine, speculation and lies. You're a prophet and I'm the Vietnam vet. 10 years on set, but you ain't ready yet. I anointed by the God who rides the cloud. His battle axe and fists against the proud and loud. Whoever hired you, I just fired you. Remember me, the OG, because I retired you. Where the Bible verse, I'm named under a curse. Wanna see your dead body first, bring the hearse. Your doctrine is doo-doo, it sounds like voodoo. I'm gonna cut off your locks and give you a new hairdo. I can't wait until we debate it. Your teaching is a hot air balloon, watch me deflate it. You're a kid on restrictions till you clean your mess. Then stain the yard because I pulled your card. My theology's so hard, most churches got me barred. I bring light to the dark, you just fell out the ark. You're in the water, it's a slaughter because I'm the shark. You ain't ready? You ain't ready? You ain't ready? Hey. Hey. You ain't ready?
Give it back to the film and look understandings in its applications. And child have taken way out of contact near me. Know what you are told? Yeah. At the end of this debate, all are detonated. A man here dead. Yeah. I say you wanna face, make a try. Yeah. I'm about to cut his lawn. You say you wanna bet he win? Yeah. I'm trying to put his life on pawn, but I won't get no bond. No, something's my overseen. Said you're not that weird too. This thing gotta let seize. We don't want to stand up, face the nation. The only flaw we got is lack of patience. Take the head as rights consultation. Thought the war, it bores the motor patient. Yes, really to face the situation. Know that at least a liberation in a train fight. The plantation human, the classmates don't get out of line. But we don't pay on no mind. If you can grab the mind, be me, get sick in the mind. You got to be outside the inside, or just take a mind. Mind this thing, I don't know many dead, but I didn't do shots to the head. This nigga really thinking that he innocent, but he really don't die from the layup. For everything he got dying in bed, but I think it was sunny to see. We don't go when the light is green and bust some upside of that.
Hey, what were we just listening to?
I think we were just listening to Carlos's AI version of the song. I think.
My hard car, you can't be heard, bro.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Marco.
Both of those was AIs. Carlos wrote his song, right? And that was Judah's Crown. And the last one was Yirmeyah's song. And I ran his song through AI since Carlos ran his joint through AI. You know what I'm saying? So that last one was Yirmeyah's joint. Please say the Yah. Right. All right, so
I
we
thought that
here.
was all right.
Huh? So we here, man. So what? So we here. I'm gonna pull up this screen right here. We're gonna get straight into it because it's some information. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna have some help to read it. I'm gonna get one of my servants. You know what I'm saying? You know how we Israelites say, man, we're gonna have servants in the kingdom. We're gonna bring back John Wayne. You know what I'm saying? Bill Clinton. We're gonna bring them all back. So I'm bringing one of my servants back, man, to read for us. John Wayne. So before we go on, let's introduce the main characters on here. Yirmeyah is supposed to be on here. He's not here yet. Carlos said he's supposed to be listening. You know what I'm saying? He should be here, but we got the judge first and foremost. the controversial judge, Rizzo one, who decided the fate of Yirmeyah. Please say to Yah in the Ultimate Debate League on Black Jesus channel, the Sunday debate concerning does the curse of Deuteronomy 28 end in the first century, or does it continue in the transatlantic slave trade? And Carl and Don made the final decision. Don, say something. Don't give too much away. But I mean, you can, and then we can see what the analysis, you know what I'm saying, and you know that we're gonna receive from the AI.
Yeah, I'm curious about the AI's analytic and critique on the back and forth of Carlos's and Jeremiah's debate. Um, 5 minutes in the debate, after the debate, wasn't really enough time to cover it in full length as far as an analysis. But I did, as I stated in the debate, after the debate, I redacted the testimony of both of the debaters, and so I have my own analysis redacted, and I also have some screenshots, things that I can reference and go back to as they pull their own sources. And I'm interested in how AI analyzes the logic, the reasoning behind the claims. So that's what I'm here for. I want to hear that. And then of
Right,
course after this is over, of course it's going to weigh in, and I really would like to see that. This would be something new for me. How AI analyzes rhetoric. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And then afterwards, I intend on doing a my own live analysis. So, maybe perhaps you can take part in that. You know what I mean? You can
oh yeah,
host that as well. Yeah.
all day,
So
man.
I appreciate y'all. I'm off the mic.
Fine. And we also have our esteemed elder Wiggins, Mr. Wiggins in the building, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, he was on the side of Yirmeyah, you know what I mean? And of course he didn't like the decision itself, but I'll let him briefly speak concerning the matter and what he's looking forward to see and hear today.
What's up, everybody, man? I'm glad to be on the show, Maharakar. Thank you, my brother, and shalom to everyone who's listening, to Dunbird and everyone that's on the show. Yeah, I definitely think that this is needed. The debate review. I'm looking forward to hearing what AI would have to say. From my review, I think Jeremiah should have won. I think he covered all the points uh, that were needed to prove that the curses were still ongoing in Deuteronomy 28:68. As long as the children of Israel are cast out of the land, I believe that he proved that it was a part of the transatlantic slave trade. And so I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing if maybe I'm wrong or if maybe, I missed something. I don't know. I think it's going to be quite interesting. But thank you, my brother, for allowing me to be here and take part into the AI analyst review.
Right. And this for the record, I gotta put respect on my particular AI. His name is Truth. All right. So that's his name. He has a name, Truth. And he identifies me as Lord Maharakar or Lord Patson. So he's the truth. Okay, just want to say that. We got some other people on the line. I don't know if they want to say something. I know we got some hard to gossip, messenger, servants of the redeemed, one of the pillars of the camp of Jeremiah. Please say the Yah in the building. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you want to chime in, say shalom, or say something. You want to say something, Prince?
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom. Man, a few words, but on the microphone, plenty of them. All right. Also, we have Mr. Bibbity Bobbity Boo, Bibbity Bobbity BS in the building.
Yo, what's the deal? What's going down? Appreciate y'all for letting me pull up to the convo.
AKA Nagayana. All right, man. So let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. Um, if anybody want to, we're gonna let it rock. If somebody want to just have to stop, just let me know. But we gonna rock with John Wayne for a little minute. How about that? Anybody got a problem with my little servant John Wizanes? All right.
Complete Debate Review, Part 4. Final Verdict, Debate Scores, and the Strongest Rebuilt Case. The debate contained two related but distinct controversies. Did Deuteronomy 28 receive ancient and first century fulfillment? Did every curse and resulting condition completely end in the first century, leaving no application beyond 70 CE?
Before I continue, can everybody hear it clear?
Oh yeah, it's coming through loud and clear.
Okay.
It's coming through good.
All right. All praise. So should I make it bigger, the letters and or anything?
Hey, yo, pause. I'm gonna
Absolutely.
say
Bring it, make it bigger.
I said the letters, bro. You starving right now, fam.
sound like John Wayne in the
Yo,
background talking what?
oh
That's all I
man.
heard. John Wayne.
All right. Let's go.
Carlos was stronger on the first question. Yirmeyah was stronger on the second. That distinction controls the final verdict. Final burden of proof analysis, 53. Carlos's exact burden. Carlos's position was not merely that Deuteronomy 28 was fulfilled before the Atlantic slave trade. His proposition included the absolute assertion that all Deuteronomy 28 ended in the first century. To prove that proposition, Carlos needed to establish the relevant curses reached their first century fulfillment. Every continuing condition reached its end point. Israel's covenant dispersion no longer remained operative. Jerusalem's Gentile domination was no longer part of that judgment. Post-70 suffering of acknowledged Israelites could not constitute continuation. Christ's redemption ended the historical national consequences, not merely provided spiritual redemption. Carlos convincingly established major first-century fulfillment. He did not establish all these additional points. His strongest evidence proved when the judgment occurred, but not necessarily when every resulting condition ceased. 54. Yirmeyah's exact burden. Yirmeyah advanced two claims that must be judged independently. Claim 1, Deuteronomic conditions continued beyond the first century. Claim 2, the Atlantic slave trade involved Israelites and constituted a later application or continuation of those curses. Yirmeyah made a strong case for Claim 1 through continuing dispersion, continued Gentile domination, Luke 21:24, acknowledged Jewish suffering after 70 CE, Carlos's admission that the scattering lasts until Christ returns. But Yirmeyah did not fully establish Claim 2 because the necessary population identification chain remained incomplete. He presented relevant historical pieces, but he did not conclusively connect acknowledged Israelite communities, their movements into the relevant African regions, their capture within Atlantic slaving systems, the transported population, identifiable descendants in the Americas. Therefore, Yirmeyah successfully challenged first-century termination, but he did not fully prove the entire Atlantic identity argument. What Carlos definitively won 55. Carlos's strongest victories. Carlos won several important arguments. A, Deuteronomy 28 operated before the Atlantic slave trade. The curses were demonstrably experienced throughout Israel's biblical history. Any position presenting the chapter as exclusively predicting the Atlantic slave trade is historically and textually untenable. B, first-century Jerusalem was a major covenant judgment. The destruction of Jerusalem, death by the sword, captivity, displacement, and Gentile domination strongly correspond with the covenant warning framework.
All right, just pause it for a quick second. Who just came in the building? Is that JJ 7000? Is that JJ? Can y'all hear me? Anybody else hear me?
I can hear you fine. I
Yeah,
don't know what's
I hear
going
you,
on with his
Bobo.
mic.
Okay. All right. We're gonna keep going.
Let's
C.
let's pause
Similarities.
for a second, Maharika, for just a
Yeah, we can
moment.
pause. Okay.
Let's talk about something for a minute. That's quite a bit of analyzation. So in the debate, one thing that I was harping on was the idea about the black Jews and the transatlantic slave trade. In Jeremiah's debate, he actually, just like, and I agree with AI, he made two claims. Your initial claim is what you're after. The second part of the claim, he never even made it. Either order you put it in, when you make two claims in a debate, you only have one thing to argue. You, in essence, are building hurdles for yourself to cross over. And then you're going to make the judge look at it and say, okay, now I've got a split focus, meaning here's one claim A and then here's one claim B. You understand that? Where Carlos, all he had to do was focus on his claim and the fulfillment of the curses as he did. And I agree with AI's assessment. That's what I came up with. Carlos successfully managed to show that the curses were enacted, happened. And I do agree with AI. Carlos didn't actually, he didn't ever got to that point of the debate. I do agree with that AI. And I did say he didn't actually prove that the curses stopped at 1 AD. But given the fact that he's taken the negative, well, he's not even taking the negative here. He's affirming that the curses stopped in 1 AD. Jeremiah's trying to affirm that the curses continue after 1 AD. Neither one of them got to that point. They never
All
reached
right.
that point. I do agree with the AI's analysis there. But Jeremiah doubled his workload. He doubled it. And I agree with AI's assessment because that's the same thing I was saying.
So far. Okay.
So
All right.
far, you see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So yeah, we can continue.
Well, I
So
like to
All right.
jump in there right quick. I like to say something. I do push back against AI analysis because on one aspect, because he said AI, Jeremiah didn't show completely of who the people were in the Americas once they got here. And I don't think that he should have had to done that once he connected that the people taking on the transatlantic slave trade were Negroes and were Israelites. So I think, that's another argument to say that, once you get into the Americas, now we have to show who the people are in the Americas by, what we are claiming they were before they were brought to the Americas. That's almost like impossible. That would be my view. Unless you're gonna hold by the actual names, like we're saying this word Negro. And if you hold by the name Negro that's on the map, that's written over Judah on the Negro land map, then that would be a direct connection. But I didn't know Jeremiah would have to absolutely, follow all the way through to the Americas to say, look, these are the people here in the Americas are definitely the descendants of the ones, the Negroes from the bloodline of Judah who were taken into transatlantic slave trade. Maybe I could be wrong, but it sounds like that was the pushback that AI had given against Jeremiah. But I could be wrong. You may have to play that again, but that's my
no,
Yeah.
view.
you're correct. You're
It's
correct.
gonna continue. It's gonna continue
Yep.
breaking everything down. You know what I'm saying? Just giving a little summary right now. But it's gonna go into it. But you have both y'all have made great points. You know what I'm saying? So let's get a little bit more of it. Let's get a little bit more of it.
Complete debate review.
Oh my God.
Part 4.
Where is that?
Final verdict.
It took too long. Hold on. Where I was at. I don't want to be doing that the whole time, man. Yeah. Jeremiah exact burden. We can go back there since you mentioned that.
54. Yirmeyah's exact burden. Yirmeyah advanced two claims that must be judged independently. Claim 1, Deuteronomic conditions, continued beyond the first century. Claim 2, the Atlantic slave trade involved Israelites and constituted a later application or continuation of those curses.
Now that exactly. Now, if we just look at, well, I'm not going to say anything. We're going to let it keep going. I'm just going to let it keep going.
Yirmeyah made a strong case for claim 1 through continuing dispersion, continued Gentile domination, Luke 21:24, acknowledged Jewish suffering after 70 CE, Carlos's admission that the scattering lasts until Christ returns. But Yirmeyah did not fully establish claim 2 because the necessary population identification chain remained incomplete. He presented relevant historical pieces, but he did not conclusively connect acknowledged Israelite communities, their movements into the relevant African regions, their capture within Atlantic slaving systems, the transported population, identifiable descendants in the Americas. Therefore, Yirmeyah successfully challenged first-century termination, but he did not fully prove the entire Atlantic identity argument. What Carlos definitively won 55. Carlos's strongest victories. Carlos won several important arguments. A. Deuteronomy 28 operated before the Atlantic slave trade. The curses were demonstrably experienced throughout Israel's biblical history. Any position presenting the chapter as exclusively predicting the Atlantic slave trade is historically and textually untenable. B. First century Jerusalem was a major covenant judgment. The destruction of Jerusalem, death by the sword, captivity, displacement, and Gentile domination strongly correspond with the covenant warning framework. C. Similarity does not prove identity. A population cannot be identified as Israel merely because it experienced slavery, family separation, oppression, displacement, transportation by ships, loss of land, political subordination. Those experiences may correspond with biblical curses, but correspondence alone does not establish covenant identity. D. Deuteronomy 28:53-57 concerns siege, cannibalism. Carlos correctly kept the passage within its controlling context. The Aragon incident did not satisfy the passage merely because it allegedly involves starvation or cannibalism. E. Deuteronomy 28:54 does not describe modern fatherlessness. The text concerns a man's behavior during siege famine. Applying it to modern absent fathers was contextually unsound. F. Yirmeyah's Atlantic Bridge was incomplete. This was Carlos's most important historical victory. Yirmeyah needed more direct, primary source evidence tracing identifiable Israelite populations into the Atlantic captive population.
Now, I definitely would like to say something on that because, we don't put the Bible, the word of the Lord, in a box. You know what I'm saying? The most of our word is timeless. Scriptures talk about mysteries being given to the saints and, all these different, the most I was going to reveal these truths to us. You see what I'm saying? So I've been teaching and breaking that down in the modern sense since I came into the acknowledgement of the truth. So, but if we're going to deal with the contextual status of it concerning what truth is bringing out, you see what I'm saying? Then that's just what it is. You feel what I'm saying? In terms of that. Because if we argue this conversation with Israelites, then we all going to agree with that context. You see what I'm saying? So
But
that's
but
yeah.
but as a judge, I cannot use confirmation bias to make an argument like that tenable. It's not tenable. You see what I'm saying? And I agree with AI because when Jeremiah brought this whole thing out in his round about the Bible having a manifold meaning, manifold views, things reoccurring. When he tried to make that point in a debate, he asserted it, but again, he didn't make any connections
It's like saying, well, Deuteronomy. Basically, his argument was, well, Deuteronomy happened over and 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 over, and it went well beyond the first century. Whereas Carlos, as it rightly stated, showed us within context in the biblical narrative that these things occur, and it could not have been the same thing that Yirmeyah brought up in his round about in one of the sources. I do have it. I don't have it in front of me. I got it somewhere in front of me about the guy about these people on the ships feeding, taking one of the black kids and feeding them to the people. That's not what Deuteronomy is describing.
Right, but
It's
we're
not.
not. I don't want you to jump
You
in there.
know,
I just wanted to deal with Parker. We can talk
I'm
about
just
that part.
I'm just I'm just covering what he's covering, what AI is covering, what John Wayne is saying.
Right, the
These are the
John Wayne.
points I can recall that he's
Right,
talking about. Those are
yeah,
highlight points in my notes as well. You see what I'm saying?
right, right.
It's
But I'm
I
good
want
saying
to
though.
ask,
It's good.
I don't think he said that yet, but
I
he's
want, I
going
want
to.
to ask a question. When you talk
Mhm.
about Jeremy, I put a source up from Timbuktu. And the source he put, I think from the book Timbuktu, it literally shows that the Jewish children and the Jews who were taken to Guinea were also shipped on the transatlantic slave trade. I mean, that's literally in the source. Maybe I can send you the screenshot, and
Right,
maybe you can.
I'm
truth
just
gonna
that's far ahead. That's far
truth
ahead
gonna
of
truth
what AI is doing.
truth gonna analyze it. I don't want us to start doing too much. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to get through it. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's like,
Let's go ahead and get through it then.
yeah, let's just go through it a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. But with the thing with Carlos, I don't know how he rebutted that because what scripture he was going to show that prophecy, that curse was happening. What example did he use to show that those things was actually happening before the first century? I don't remember him bringing nothing out to contradict
I have that
scripture.
redacted.
But how do
I
you?
I have that redacted. I have that in front of me right now.
Okay, so what he said?
Okay, so what he uses is several passages out of the book of Lamentations and
To address,
Lamentations.
to address Deuteronomy 28, 54, 55 about
Yes, when it starts talking about them eating their children in the
the tender
siege.
the tender and delicate man among you, his eyes shall be even toward his brother and towards his wife and towards his children, which he shall leave. There's three parts in there. It's
Yeah,
towards
I
his
think
brother,
I
towards his
think he
wife,
focused.
and it's towards his children, which he shall leave. And he would not give unto any of them in the siege. You know what I'm saying? But he would eat them. And the same thing went for the women as well. You feel me? So
Well,
it's three parts when it comes to the man, and there's also uh, two or three parts come to the woman. So if he addressed it one part of it, then he didn't address the whole verse.
well, the thing is, Jeremiah didn't address the whole chapter either. Neither, you know what I'm saying? Like comparatively, what AI just got through telling us about the siege and how that's not a modern form of cannibalism. He's right. I have Carlos in his round stating Lamentations 5:2 deals with the very part about the fathers eating the children and children eating the parents. This is in the chapter of Deuteronomy.
You want to
He
read
he
it?
takes Lamentations. Well, I can't. Well, you can, but I'm just saying. I know we want to get through this. All I want to do is I'm
Yeah,
here
yeah,
for the reason of. You see
yeah.
what I'm
Let's get
saying? See,
yeah. Let's,
see, my redactions. The only reason why I'm chiming in is because the redactions I have, I can immediately. It resonates with me when AI starts to analyze those little parts. I can
right, right,
see those parts on my page, and so I
right.
just want. I don't want to make a long drawn out discussion about it, but this shows me that I was thinking along the lines of AI. Same thing. I'm thinking the same thing. It's there.
But I want to say this. But before you go forward, listen. At the line right there, you see the blue where your screen is at. You said that you didn't want to move from there, but I don't want to move from there either. I like to stay right there. Look what it says. It says this was Carlos' most important historical victory. Jeremiah needed more direct primary source evidence tracking identifiable Israelite populations into the Atlantic captive population. So when I said he brought out the book Timbuktu, it said these were Israelites who were taken in the transatlantic slave trade. So, what more information would he have needed? Which is why I said, if you need me to send you the screenshot, then you tell me if my interpretation of the screenshot of Timbuktu saying that they were taken in the transatlantic slave trade, what what am I supposed to do then? That's why I was wondering, was that also inserted into the what you loaded up to AI, your transcript?
I uploaded everything, brother. I spent
Okay,
$51.
okay,
$51. I'd like to
okay,
get some E37 Ministries donations for it. And also,
okay,
what I did also is I had to put the whole audio in my Cubase, and then I had to break every part down from the intro, from the minutes, from each one of the rounds to each one of the Q&As, and I even also did the after post conversations, and then I had to get the transcripts and put that. So it was a whole lot of work. It was work.
okay,
Jeremiah,
okay,
you
okay.
getting on? I sent it to you. It's on your Facebook. I can send it to your phone. Where you at? You know what I'm saying? So trust me, bro. I'm doing this because I don't want
Okay.
nobody. I don't play none of that. You feel what I'm saying? And you know,
So my question would be, what more source tracking if what he need now, like that's what I'm trying to figure out. If you're going into the landing, well, that's why you got to play more of it. So I can, because
let me
just
answer,
remember that.
yeah,
Just
let me answer your
remember.
point.
Hmm?
Let me answer your point right now. This is a primary source evidence. From Babylon to Timbuktu is not a primary source because he was not there. So we got to really
Okay,
understand.
so he's looking for primary source.
It says you're
Okay, so what?
more direct primary source evidence tracing identified Israelite population. This is what it's saying. You feel me? So we can say Babylon and Timbuktu, but it's not a primary source.
So like when we're talking about the so what? So was his sources primary when we talked about the Jews being called Negroes at this particular
I'm not
time,
sure
or
about those sources, but I know I'm speaking of Babylon and Timbuktu
because
because you.
I'm really kind of confused. Like, I mean, when you talk about the Spanish Inquisition, those should have been. I really don't know. I'm gonna have to listen
Yeah,
more
yeah. So
to what the
please
view is.
to the
Yeah.
guys on the line. Lord Megatron, right? 25 and 2, you know what I'm saying? He's a source, CEO of the source, you know what I'm saying? Servants of the redeemed, camp lead out in OKCs, my oxys 2014, battle tested in the streets, battle tested.
And can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? What was the primary source
Hold
like?
on, hold on,
I got.
hold on. I'm up there introducing the brother, Elder Wiggs.
I'm sorry, man. Just before I forget, before I slip my mind, I wanted to say this one part about Apostle Carlos claiming that the Jews in 70 AD was taken on slave ships into Egypt and sold. Like, what primary source did he support
I mean,
on that note? Was
we
that a
gonna,
primary
we gonna get
source?
to all of that.
Because
I just made that point because you got on that point, and you said hold it right there. So I just read what was there, and I seen it, and I just spoke on it. That's all, bro. Everything, every single thing
okay,
that
okay.
was mentioned in the debate is gonna be covered on here, bro. Every single thing that was said, bro. $51 it took me and 5-6 hours for me to do this, bro.
I'm just trying to get in. I'm just trying to get the interpretation of what primaries, what it would look like.
Right.
That's all.
Okay. So again, we got on Yirmeyah. Please say the Yah on the line. You want to say anything,
Yeah, I was just trying to
brother?
get. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was just trying to get the.
Yeah,
All
man. I
right.
just want to say, man, I appreciate all the support that I've been getting, man. A lot of people are very upset, um, because again, uh, this is our fate, right? And this gives us the answers that we've been looking for concerning whether or not God loves us as a people. if God loves us, why would he let us go through such horrific treatment? And for the naysayers to come and tell you and I, uh, you know, everybody goes through tough times is ridiculous, right? Because honestly, no slave trade in history, and they've documented this. There's been no slave trade worse than the transatlantic slave trade in regards to the removal of identity, the theft of ancestral culture. Uh, and what does the Bible say about us? African American is not in the Bible, right? Negroes not in the Bible, right? So what tribal lineage do we come from? They want to claim that we're Ham, right? Well, when did it say about Ham what we were going to endure, right? To the degree that it said in Deuteronomy 28. So again, I just want to commend Brother Maharak. I appreciate the love sincerely. I know you're not doing this from as a personal favor to me. You're doing it from a non-biased standpoint, and we're looking at it from AI's perspective on the actual information itself. And all I've been asking for was a fair evaluation of my work. I yield.
All praise and all glory, man. Shalom on the Houston Brew, and that's the humbleness, man. And I have not heard Yirmeyah, please set it out. One time, I have not heard him uh ridicule or down or said anything crazy towards Carlos Lamar, Apostle Carlos. If I heard anything, it was shots fired at Port Rizzo one. But I hear him say anything towards Carlos
That
in terms of, you know what I'm saying, how people may well say, wow, he's not taking the L, you know what I'm saying, from Carlos. But I have not heard him say anything crazy to Carlos. Not once. I have not heard. Right? So let's continue for a little minute, and we'll get back to anybody want to interrupt. Let's get it.
What Yirmeyah definitively won, 56. Yirmeyah's strongest victories, Yirmeyah also secured several decisive points. A. Fulfillment and termination are not identical. Showing that a judgment occurred does not prove that every consequence of that judgment ceased at the same time. This distinction damaged Carlos's absolute proposition. The scattering continued after the first century. Carlos reportedly acknowledged that Jews remain scattered and will remain scattered until Christ returns. That admission conflicts with an unqualified statement that every relevant Deuteronomic condition ended in the first century. Say Luke 21:24 supplies a duration marker. Luke 21:24 describes death by the sword, captivity, dispersion into all nations, Jerusalem under Gentile domination, a condition lasting until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. If the times of the Gentiles remain unfulfilled, the condition governed by until has not reached its end point. Egypt was the house of bondage.
Right. So I know a lot of people, a lot that conversation was happening a lot. You feel what I'm saying? And even AI, well, I'm sorry, truth, okay, explained that as well, right? So let's continue. I don't want to keep interrupting myself, so let me stop.
Exodus 22 and Deuteronomy 5:6 identify Egypt as Israel's house of bondage. Carlos's attempt to separate the two descriptions failed. This
Fail.
victory must still be qualified. Proving Egypt was the house of bondage does not by itself prove that Egypt in Deuteronomy 28:68 symbolically represents the Americas. Post 70, Israelite suffering remained relevant. If acknowledged Israelites experienced displacement, confiscation, captivity, oppression, and political powerlessness after the first century, that evidence was relevant to Carlos's claim of complete termination. It did not automatically prove that each later event formally fulfilled a particular verse, but it could not simply be dismissed as moot. The decisive passage, 57.
I don't know, poor Rizzo. You was using that term moot. I'm trying to remember exactly what you said. But it's funny you
Yeah,
put that
but
moot in there.
the, the the so far what I am hearing is the very thing I thought anyway while I was listening to the debates after each round. No, the house of bondage doesn't necessarily make Jeremiah's claim moot. I agree with that, but I didn't judge based on that. I judged on the totality of the whole argument. Again, that's why I said based on the preponderance of
Right.
evidence.
Oh,
See,
no doubt.
you can't, I agree with AI. You can't just dismiss what he said. There shows, even though there's no specific verse he's pointing at, he's saying in the whole stream of the thought, there has to be suffering, there has to be affliction, there has to be persecution upon the Jews in the diaspora. Are there Jews in the diaspora? I think, Carlos, I said this after my judgment. I said they both agreed that the Jews that were in Spain and Portugal were definitely, these were black Jews. And even Carlos himself admitted that he was a Sephardic Jew and his people was from Jamaica. So, yeah. But see, but you understand the way AI is analyzing this
No,
is
no,
the
no, that's
way
not.
I am analyzing it from the same. This might go over somebody's head, but I'm just gonna tell you
I know what you're saying.
those points are points that I would be looking at as a judge,
I know what you're saying.
and that's all I'm saying.
I know what you're saying, poor Rizzo. I know what you're saying. I just wanted to make a joke on that moot point, but I know what you're saying. Okay, Luke 21. Let's continue.
Luke 21:20-24 should have controlled the ending question. The strongest version of Yirmeyah's case should have centered on one passage, Luke 21:24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. The argument should have been built carefully. Step 1. Establish the first century setting. Luke 21:20 identifies Jerusalem surrounded by armies. The passage plainly concerns a historical judgment upon Jerusalem. Step 2. Identify the consequences. Verse 24 describes death by the sword, captivity, dispersion into all nations, Gentile control of Jerusalem. Step 3. Compare the covenant pattern. Deuteronomy 28 likewise warns of enemies coming against Israel, defeat, captivity, scattering among the nations, foreign domination, loss of national security. Step 4. Identify the duration. Luke does not say every resulting condition ends with the original attack. Jerusalem is trodden down until the appointed Gentile period is fulfilled. Step 5. Force the admission. If the Gentile times have not ended, then the condition described by until has not completely ended. The proper courtroom question was, did the judgment begin in the first century, or did every condition produced by that judgment end in the first century? Luke 21 says the trampling continues until a future end point. That is substantially stronger than arguing vaguely that prophecy is manifold. The best possible answer from Carlos 58, how Carlos could defend his position. Carlos's strongest response would require modifying the meaning of ended. He could argue, the Deuteronomic covenant reached its judicial climax in the first century. Christ provided redemption from the curse, and Jerusalem's destruction completed the old covenant judgment. The later diaspora represents the historical aftermath, not a new or continuing fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28. That is a coherent position, but it creates a definitional problem. Carlos would need to distinguish category, proposed first century status covenant sentence, judicially completed. Historical attack occurred. Old covenant order reached its end. Redemption from the curse provided through Christ's diaspora continued afterward. Gentile domination continued afterward. National restoration still future. Once these distinctions are admitted, ended no longer means that every condition ceased. It means something closer to, reached its covenant climax, was judicially imposed, received decisive, fulfill, continue, worked for 10 seconds, complete debate review part 8, judge ready exhibit list and visual presentation. Part 7 established the research docket. Part 8 converts the strongest material into a controlled debate presentation. The strategy is simple. Do not bury the judge under 50 verses. Establish Carlos's exact proposition, define ended, and then use a short chain of exhibits to prove that at least one stated condition continued beyond the first century. Yirmeyah does not need to prove every disputed Atlantic claim to defeat an absolute proposition. 122. The precise proposition place Carlos's original position on screen before presenting any scripture. Exhibit Y-01. Carlos's proposition. All Deuteronomy 28 curses and conditions ended in the first century. If Carlos used materially different wording, replace this with his exact quotation and timestamp. What this exhibit proves, it establishes Carlos's burden, not merely that Deuteronomy 28 was fulfilled, not merely that Jerusalem suffered judgment, not merely that the Old Covenant era reached a climax, but that all relevant conditions ended. Opening question. Carlos, is that still your proposition? Yes or no? Do not proceed until the proposition is locked down. I have more to upload. I have more. I have more.
It's bugging out. Hold on. Oh man, wait a minute. What's going on? Give me a second, y'all. Yirmeyah, you got anything to say? Give me a second. I gotta do something real quick. So I'm gonna stop it real
Yeah,
quick.
can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, man. I think this is good because it allows people to actually see the falsehood in the claim within itself. How can a man say in one breath the curses are done away with, and then in the next breath acknowledge and admit that the children of Israel was carried off captive in 70 AD? How do you not recognize that, Don Bird? How do you recognize that? How do you miss that? And when you start to, my primary question and position is this: it is imperative that we understand what acts as biblical fulfillment. I asked Carlos, I said, how do you know the statue in Daniel? How do you know that the first portion, the golden head, was Babylon? How do you know the chest area was the Persians and Medes? How do you know that? Because it doesn't say that. How do you know that the Greeks come after that? And how do you know that the Romans come after that? How do you know? Carlos' response was, well, history has shown us. Well, that's my position. You make a statement and say Lamentations ended was a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28 when it was never my claim that it didn't happen during the Babylonian period. My claim is that it continued and it happened again. So now if we both are acknowledging that Spain and Portugal are, the Jews in Spain and Portugal are actual Israelites, And we see the events happening to the Israelites in Spain and Portugal that are actually lining up with the curse of Deuteronomy 28. What part of your brain tells you that that's irrelevant? How can you fix your mind to think that is irrelevant, even though it is happening again to the same people? How could it be irrelevant? And Pro Rizzo tried to use the fact that I identified the people of being melanated and being black and having color as a negative towards me, when what I was doing was simply making sure that brothers and sisters knew that there were Jews, white Jews at that time, that were claiming to be Israelites, that were in Spain and Portugal, that went to Jamaica free. But the actual Israelites that are suffering the curse of Deuteronomy 28 went into Africa and came into Jamaica as slaves. See, that's a very important distinction, which Pro Rizzo claimed was irrelevant. Something got to be wrong when you think the Bible stops at 70 AD, stops in the first century, and doesn't speak again until Christ returns, and then start telling you about the millennial kingdom and the Father's kingdom. When there is suffering that is identified, last day prophecy that we all acknowledge. And the last day prophecy have been hijacked to say this would happen to the church, instead of saying what the Bible says, that these things would happen to the Israelites in the last days. This is the argument and the hatred coming from Christians that say, we don't know what we're talking about, because if you don't know who the children of Israel is, how do you know that the fulfillment of the suffering of end time prophecies is ongoing? How do you know if you don't know who the Israelites are? If I ask you right now, if I ask Pro Rizzo, where's Levi? Where's Benjamin? Where's Simeon? Where's Reuben? Where's Naphtali? So we can examine them to see if they're actually going through the curses. But we, the Hebrew Israelites, have attempted to give you a generalization of where these people are in the Western Hemisphere, right? So you can examine them for yourself. Don't argue with us. Just examine the people in whom we're recognizing, and do they match the suffering that was prophesied to happen to the Israelites? How do you fix your mind to say that is irrelevant? Something is wrong. Why? Because you have replaced the suffering that was supposed to happen to the Israelites with the church. And when you look at the church, they are not suffering to the degree that we see in Deuteronomy 28. They're not suffering to that degree. We see the prosperity movement. We see T.D. Jakes. We see Creflo Dollar. We see Joyce Myers. We see Eddie Long, right? We see what's the boy down there in Houston? We see Joel Osteen. We see all of these Christians who are prospering. Well, that ain't what the Bible say that was supposed to happen in end times. But then you guys claim that these things don't matter. What Bible are you reading? You got it together, Mahal?
Pro Rizzo, you want to say anything real quick? And I'm gonna have the we're gonna be starting up right now. Let's have a phone call right quick. But I'm about to go right now. Hold on, give me like 1 minute.
I think the points you just made, bro, are solid. That the curses did not end in 70 AD. If we're looking in Spain and Portugal, which is like what, the 13 to 1400s, we're seeing that Judah is still being sold as slaves in Spain and Portugal. This automatically shows that the curses didn't end in 70 AD. Even if
Right.
you even if you come back and try to say that it did, like Apostle Carlos was trying to say, well, yeah, they went into Egypt. Josephus said that they went into Egypt on, I can't remember the exact source that he quoted, but that to him says that the curses ended in 70 AD. But I'm like, if you're still seeing Israel sold after 70 AD, how then are we saying the curses ended in 70 AD? Maybe it's because you deny the history of Spain and Portugal, the Spanish Inquisition. The Spanish,
I think
what you were, yeah, what you were talking about, the Spanish Inquisition, the Alhambra Edict, is the history that shows beyond a shadow of a doubt the curses did not end. The Spanish
exactly.
Inquisition, you were reading it. And when you were reading the details, they didn't understand. You were reading the details of the Spanish Inquisition to show that the curses were still upon Judah in the 14th, in the 13th, 15th century, is what we're saying. Like this is
Wiggins,
yeah.
Wiggins, I think the issue is, and this is my personal assessment after 20 years in this truth, right? My personal assessment is what I've encountered. And Wiggins, I really want to hear from you because you can answer this better than anyone on the planet, right? I think that when you talk to someone and you talk about curses, they have a hard time separating individual curses and individual suffering from a nationalistic suffering. Even though you may have a nice car and a nice house and a nice job, you don't have your own land. You don't have your own flag. You don't have your own government. And they cannot separate the idea for someone who may be prospering in this life to say, hey, I'm cursed. Well, why are you cursed? I'm cursed because I don't have my own flag, my own land, my own government. We don't have autonomy in which we are able to govern ourselves. We are governed by another race of people that is not us. We don't have representation at the UN. We don't have representation really in the government, right? So in their making, they made it for the so-called lie of the American dream, right? So since they have attained the American dream, it is virtually impossible. They have a problem with you saying they don't want to be aligned with slavery. They don't want to be aligned with.
I think Lord Megatron went out. I'm not sure if it's just me, but I can't hear him anymore. But I definitely agree with what you're saying, Jeremiah. You know, one of the things they often say is, well, Jesus broke the curse. Okay, go ahead.
All right, listen up, y'all. Um, it's something I thought I had it right, but this we gonna do it like this, man. All right. If anybody want to help read, we're gonna read the information, and we're just gonna go like this. Okay. So, all right. Yirmeyah was declared by the. Y'all can see this, right? All right. I would like some volunteers because I don't want to do all the reading for real. You feel me? But we're gonna get down to the nitty gritty, and I'm gonna read for a while. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? If somebody want to read, that's fine. But we're gonna let the review talk. Cause we done heard these talks, man. You feel what I'm saying? We heard these talks. So we gonna get down to the nitty gritty. You know what I'm saying? Let's get down to the nitty gritty because what I was showing was a different type. It was like I think that was towards it was given a summary, but it was not the full blast that I was looking for. So here's the whole full blast. I was trying to put it in the reading app. It's not putting the whole thing in there for some reason. I don't know what the hell is going on. I'm gonna continue to try to do it if somebody want to talk. But here we go right here. I started it off. I started off I started off. Hold on, let me see what this is, man. We're gonna get down to it because there's a winner declared on here. There's a winner declared on here. Okay? There's a winner declared. Everybody is addressed. Nobody's gonna be missing on here. Poor Rizzo, Yirmeyah, Carlos that's watching. Nobody is getting, you're going to get hit. All right, absolutely, Lord Patterson. I said Yirmeyah was declared the loser by a judge I feel was biased, and I would like us to review and honestly come to a conclusion if we can create a post-debate and judges. Absolutely, Lord Patterson, we can conduct an honest post-debate review and assemble an independent judge panel. I would not automatically declare Yirmeyah the winner because we supported his position. Both men must be judged by the same standard. We're issued as separate verdicts. Debate performance winner who defended his burden most effectively. Evidence winning whose biblical historical case was stronger. Judge and review whether the original judge decision followed consistent criteria or showed demonstrated bias. Propose 100 points on scorecard. Let me close this. Right? Can y'all see everything? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all see? Propose 100-point scorecard category. Directly prove this assigned proposition, 25 points. Scriptural event in context, 20, blah, 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 blah. Y'all can see it. Historical evidence, source, reliability, 15. Rebuttal to opponents, major arguments, 15. Cross-examination, performance, 10. Logical, consistent, and burden of proof, 10. Clarity and debate, conduct. We examine major issues such as whether Deuteronomy 28 ended entirely in the first century, whether verse 32, 36, 41, 48, and 68 can extend beyond 70 CE, Roman captivity versus transatlantic slave trade, Carlos, DNA, migration, historical arguments, whether either participant changed the proposition or avoided questions, whether the judge penalized both men equally, whether the judge disclosed specific scoring reason or merely announced a winner. For the post-debate program, I suggest title was Yirmeyah Robb, an independent review of Deuteronomy 28 debate, subtitle Carlos Lamar versus Yirmeyah, evidence, rebuttals, and the judge's verdict. Okay? So I was instructed to send what? The full debate. Okay? Now y'all get to learn how to do it. Y'all going to school. Like in my Carlos Lamar. I'm taking you to school. Right? All right, so approximately is 3 hours and 41 minutes long, the debate. Okay? I ain't going to go through all that. We're going to move down. Okay? So you have to put Dawn stuff in there. All of that. Right? Here we go. Lord Patterson is a 2 minutes, 2 minutes 26 judge clip is the opening introduction. Dawn, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
All praise. Don Bird, final very still. It reveals a legitimate concern about impartiality. Preliminary judgment review, Don Bird's opening. Right? Both participants are his brothers. Indicates familiarity with both, not automatically improper. Carlos is a good friend of ours who has communicated with them for quite a few years. These are your words. There's a disclosed personal relationship that creates a reasonable appearance of possible bias. Promise an objective listen to the discourse, claims, and proof. Appropriate standard, but final explanation must demonstrate that objectively. Says he would take careful notes and list for everything a judge is supposed to listen for. Too vague. He announces no category, weight scoring system, or treatment of burdens. Asks debaters to maintain focus and provide what the judge and the audience need. Topic relevance is a fair criterion if enforced equally. It invokes Isaiah 8 and 20 and hopes to see the light. Suggests doctrinal truth and scriptural agreement may influence the verdict, but does not explain how debate performance will be scored. Okay? Honest preliminary conclusion. So now you get to learn that you need to have a point system, judges. This clip does not prove actual bias, but establishes a genuine conflict of interest concern because Don Bird openly identifies Carlos as a longtime good friend. The distinction is important. Possible bias, Don Bird had a personal relationship capable of influencing judgment. Demonstrated bias, his final reasoning treated Carlos more favorable, ignored Yirmeyah's evidence, applied towards standards, or reached a verdict unsupported by the debate. Weak judging. He announced a winner without explaining verdicts, scoring category rebuttals, and decisive evidence. At this stage, the strongest responsible statement is the judge disclosed a long-standing friendship with Carlos Lamar, provided no transparent scoring rubric. That creates a reasonable appearance of partiality, although the final ruling must be examined before actual bias can be established. Standard Don Bird committed himself to by his own opening. His verdict must account for the participant's exact claims. Proof supported those claims, whether each debater stayed on topic, whether major opposing arguments were answered, objective and equal application of judging standards in his final explanation does not address those points, then his ruling fails his own announced standard. For the next stage, send this transcript of audio of Don Bird's closing decisive. So I wasn't going to do that, right? So this is what we working on: opening statement, rebuttal, cross-examination, closing statements, judge's decision. So we going at. So debate rules and minutes I put up there, right? Official debate format, y'all know it, 3 minutes each, 15 minutes, 4 minutes before questions, five questions for each debater, 3 minutes each, Bird, Parizzo, one sole judge, right? Preliminary procedure observation. The host clearly established the speaking times and question format, but this segment contains no announcing scoring rubric. It does not explain how the burden of proof will be assigned, how scripture versus historical evidence will be weighed, whether unanswered questions would affect the score, whether exceeding time will result in penalty, how reluctant rebuttals or conduct will be scored. Casper the Step Up, they debate words, rules, and regulations. Okay? Therefore, any reason Don Bird gives his final verdict must be checked against the rules stated here. Neither debater should be penalized using the undisclosed criterion, and any procedural standard must be applied equally. This clip established the rules only, does not yet show whether they were enforced fairly. Continue uploading. So you guys are going to have to be more academically sound when y'all doing this. Okay? You have to be more academically sound so that people could go to the rubric and find out, did you address this participant or debater address each one of these criterions, man? Y'all gonna have to become more academic, man. This whole debate is gonna have to change or debate from this point on. Real talk. It's gonna have to change. And I'm speaking right now as an educator because we have to have rubrics. I have to make lesson plans. Right? I have to make a clear outline of what am I doing and what is the outcome? What is the expectation for the students? You see what I'm saying? Right? How I'm going to grade them? What's the point system? All these different things I got to do as an educator. You feel me? So now we have Yirmeyah's opening. Lord Megatron 3-minute opening wave. All right? Now, again, $51, E37 Ministry. Right? Have to get the transcripts and download the audio, cut the audios, all type of stuff. Receive and log in Yirmeyah Lord Megatron's opening statement. Claim or move. Frames his missions are as restoring all 12 tribes scattered abroad. Assessment. Establishes broader position but does not yet prove the debate proposition. Bennett 119, 144 demands historical archaeological, chronological, and anthropological.
Archaeological.
Hey, man, don't try to correct me, man. Don't try to correct me before I pull up your video, brother. You was stumbling all over the damn place in that video, bro.
Yeah, I was reading old English. Oh,
man, I don't give a damn, brother. You should have made that joint in modern English. Brother, don't do that again. Don't do it again. Change it to modern English, brother. Okay? Now, I'm just helping you on that one. I was going to tell you, but since you want to jump off mic, next time, change.
Bro, all I said was archaeological, brother.
I know what you said. Archaeological. I'm going to say how I'm saying it. Chronological, anthropological, whatever evidence, but not biblical jargon alone. That statement was off. You should have never said that. That right there, you should have never said that. And I'm talking about in the spiritual realm, bro. You should have never said that.
I should have never said what?
That, not biblical jargon alone. You should never have said that. Not you. Anybody else can say it, but not you. Not you. Strong methodological standard. He now assumes the burden of producing credible historical evidence that corresponds specifically to Deuteronomy 28. All right. Yirmeyah said, use Daniel's empire to argue that historical history helps identify biblical fulfillment. So let me slow down because I'm too hyped. Valid analogy. In principle, external history can help identify events described prophetically. However, it does not itself prove the transatlantic slave trade fulfills Deuteronomy 20. I'm gonna have to get Nagayana to read. He's an excellent reader, and he has a great vernacular. You know what I'm saying? And pronouncing of word pronunciations. States the central question: does the transatlantic slave trade parallel or align with Deuteronomy 28? Direct, relevant, and proper frames the dispute. Remember, we want to make sure we know we talk. Let's go back. So that's the assessment. We have the claim or moved and assessment, right? So Yirmeyah says here declares that the curses could not have ended in the first century because Israel was scattered to the four corners. This is his principal opening claim, but it remains asserted rather than demonstrated here. He must later distinguish Israel's continued dispersion from the continuing or later fulfillment of specific Deuteronomy 28 curses. All right. Acts about black ancestry, homeland, diet, gods, religious practices before slavery. Historically important, but potentially broader than the actual proposition. These questions can only count if he connects the affected population to Israel and the slave trade to identifiable verses in Deuteronomy 28. Yirmeyah's actual burden, because Carlos appeared to be defending the proposition that all of Deuteronomy 28 ended by 70 CE, Yirmeyah does not necessarily have to prove that every curse describes the transatlantic slave trade. He needs to establish at least one of the following. Some Deuteronomy 28 curses continue beyond 70 CE. A particular curse received a later fulfillment during the transatlantic slave trade. The text describes a recurring covenantal condition rather than one fulfillment terminating all later application. But because Yirmeyah affirmatively says the transatlantic slave trade aligns with Deuteronomy 28, he also carries the burden of demonstrating that connection, not merely showing that black people suffered slavery. Understand that. I know Paul Rizzo like, Strengths. Clearly identifies history as necessary field of evidence. This is Yirmeyah. Directly challenged the claim that everything ended in the first century. Yirmeyah. Established a comparative method. Scripture must correspond with historical events. Signals that the worldwide scattering of Israel will be central to his case. Acknowledge that poor delivery can cause people to dismiss evidence and promise restraint. Weaknesses. He provides no actual historical source on Deuteronomy 28 passage in the opening. The children of Israel scattered to the four corners does not by itself disprove a 70 CE fulfillment. His questions about pre-slavery African history could become a tangent unless tied to proposition. You got to be outside the inside of your mind. You know that's Yirmeyah. Please say to Yah. Weak is a stated promise of disciplined conduct. Wow.
Hey, I want to say this if I can say this real quick, right?
Let me just finish this. Then you can talk, bro. Let me just finish your part. And then Carlos is coming up right here. Right here. Hold on. Basically, this debate is over. It's premature before presenting evidence. The transcript humble. The transcript indicates.
Hold on. You're reading Carlos?
This is you.
Oh,
basically, okay. This debate is over. It's premature before presenting evidence. Humble. Stay humble. The transcript indicates that his speech ran approximately 31 to 4:05, about 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Although interruptions and time announcements should be checked against the audio before assessing a time violation. Provisional opening verdict. Yirmeyah gave a clear, relevant, and forceful thesis, but this was primarily a promise of evidence rather than the evidence itself. His strongest move was establishing that Carlos' first century termination claim must be tested against history. His greatest risk is proving general black suffering or Israelite dispersion without establishing the necessary textual historical connection to specific curses in Deuteronomy 28. Opening classification, strong framing, incomplete proof as accepted in the opening statement. This statement does not establish who won. It tells us exactly what to monitor in Yirmeyah's main rounds. Name, historical sources, specific verses, chronological population, identification, and a direct answer to Carlos 70 CE termination to claim. That's your opening statement. Yirmeyah, please say to Yah. Now we're going to Carlos. You want to say something real quick?
Yes, sir. and I appreciate that evaluation. That ending was basically what I wanted to say. I wanted to give the proclamation of what I was going to do, and establish the information that I was going to bring out and highlight what people needed to be focused on in this debate coming from my side. These were the things that I was going to do, and that's what the purpose of an opening is, not necessarily to bring out evidence in your opening. That's all I wanted to say.
All praise, all praise. Happy to see everybody. I see my Aunt Tuvi in the building. See Sister Jasmine in the building, the Houston Brew. Benaiah Israel. I sent you some link. If Houston Brew, you want to get on the panel, you can. You know what I'm saying? We got the family. You got people in the building ready. You know, this is something everybody need to be looking at right now. I ain't gonna hold you. You feel me? But let's go to Carlos opening round. Carlos, I know you listen. Say something in the chat. I know you got to sneak because thy wife is looking at thou is to spend time with her. He can't even get on the words. Finished. Come on, Carlos. Say something, man. Because you're supposed to be listening, brother. You better be listening. You're supposed to be the champ right now. Okay? All right, so receive and laud as Carlos Lamar 3-minute opening statement. This is Carlos. This is Carlos. He can't get on because he's going to get beat by the words. Zahar the God back in the building. Zahar the God sent messenger. Servants of the redeemed. All right. So let's get back to it. This is Carlos' argument and assessment. 1.1. Calls Yirmeyah uneducated and says he would show what a real apostle does. Personal attack, not evidence. It weakens professionalism, but does not refute Yirmeyah's position. Carlos, we can't do the ad homs. Scripture cannot be privately interpreted. Words in historical settings matter. Sound and interpretive principle. Ironically, Yirmeyah also emphasized historical context, so this does not distinguish their methods as sharply as Carlos suggests. Explains the varium as words and Deuteronomy as repeated second law. Broadly correct. Deuteronomy comes from the Greek title, while the Hebrew title Devarim. This established genre, right, and setting, not the date when the curses ended. I'll tell you the truth, don't be playing, man. He gonna hit you right in your belly. Deuteronomy 28 contains covenant blessings and penalties, not random suffering. Strong and relevant point. Similar suffering alone cannot prove prophetic fulfillment. Says Yirmeyah must prove West Africans were Israelites, possessed Torah, violated the Mosaic covenant, and were consequently judged. Partly valid burden, but possibly overstated. Israel descendants could remain under generalizational covenant consequences even after losing knowledge of Torah. This is something, I'm just throwing this in there. This is something I said while I was going over this information. I would attack him a certain way, but Yirmeyah is a debater. So I'm not trying to say I'm on Yirmeyah level when it comes to these organized debate, but that part stuck out to me when I was reviewing a lot of stuff. All right. Acts which commands West Africans broke and argues nobody can be punished under a law never shown to them. Important challenge, but Carlos must establish this principle spiritually. Deuteronomy self-described later generations suffering after ancestral covenant violations. Facts. Accused Yirmeyah beginning with slavery and reasoning backwards towards Israel. Strong methodological criticism. If demonstrated during the debate, it remains an assertion in the opening, right? Similarity does not equal fulfillment because many peoples experience slavery, famine, exile, and captivity. Carlos' strongest opening argument. Yirmeyah must demonstrate distinctive correspondence, identity, covenant, and chronological, not suffering alone. Claims every curse must fit exactly, not selectively or approximately, potential overreach. Carlos must prove that one population and one historic event must experience every individual curse simultaneously. Says the covenant must be established before slave ships or history can be discussed. Covenant identity is foundational, but historical evidence is one means by which identity and fulfillment may be investigated. Carlos cannot exclude relevant history in advance. Carlos' strongest argument: Carlos correctly identifies a crucial logical distinction. Resemblance to a curse is not automatically proof of covenant identity or prophetic fulfillment. Slave ships, oppression, famine, exile occurred among numerous populations. Therefore, Yirmeyah must present more than parallels. He must connect. And I believe Sister Jasmine had a statement concerning that. So the population to biblical Israel, the history event to specific language in Deuteronomy 28, the suffering to covenant judgment, the proposed fulfillment to a defensible chronologic, damn, tongue tied, chronologically, whatever. I can't say it right now. I'm off. All right.
Chronological.
No, it's not. It's not like cool. It's chronological. Chronology. That's what it.
There you go. Chronology.
Right. That is legitimate. That is a legitimate challenge. I really hate messing up words, so I'm gonna try my best not to mess up not a word. Where Carlos shifts to much burden because Yirmeyah tried to get me a second ago, so now I gotta be on my P's and Q's. The proposition is not merely
you're doing a great job, brother.
Where you must be where West African Israelites it is, did all Deuteronomy 28 end in 70 AD, or does it also include the transatlantic slave trade? Thank you, brother. Carlos affirmatively maintains that all Deuteronomy 28 in bold ended in 70 CE. That's what thou sayest, Carlos. Carlos, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Because consequently, he carries his own burden to prove. Yeah, that was a burden. That one definitely was. Why 70 CE is the terminal fulfillment? Which historical events fulfilled the relevant curses? Why no curse continued or recurred afterward? Why the worldwide dispersion follows 70 CE does not represent continuing covenant judgment, where scripture teaches that the curses legally expired in 70 CE? Where scripture teaches that the curses legally expired in 70 CE? Right? He cannot win merely by requiring Yirmeyah to prove West African Israelite identity. If even Yirmeyah fails to establish the transatlantic application, that would not automatically prove Carlos' stronger claims that all the curses ended in 70 CE. Wow. Woo! Scriptorial problems Carlos must eventually answer. Carlos says people cannot suffer covenant punishment for a law they were never shown. However, several passages complicate that statement. Deuteronomy 29, 14, 50 extends the covenant beyond those physically standing with Moses. Deuteronomy 29, 22 through 28 describe later generations witnessing national punishment caused by covenant abandonment. Deuteronomy 31 through 3, shout out to Benaiah Israel. Anticipate Israel remembering the blessing and curse was scattered among the nations. Deuteronomy 31, 6 to 21 predicts descendants departing from the covenant and experiencing evils afterward. Leviticus 26, 39, 45, boom, connects descendants suffering in exile with both their own sins and their ancestors' iniquities. See, that Leviticus has to come out because that's the parallel of Deuteronomy 28. What's not being said in Deuteronomy 28 is said in Deuteronomy 26. Conduct and timing. I'm sorry. Carlos Oakley was more personally aggressive than Yirmeyah's. Let me say it again. Carlos Oakley was more personally aggressive than Yirmeyah's. Yirmeyah is uneducated. What a real apostle does. Those remarks should count against debate conduct, though they should not erase legitimate arguments. The spoken presentation lasted approximately 3 minutes and 30 seconds. After Carlos began speaking, excluding the host's introduction like Yirmeyah, he appears to have exceeded the nominal 3-minute opening. We should verify how the official timer, Black Jesus, was operated before applying any penalty. Comparative opening verdict. Carlos delivered more developed and analytical opening. He defined Deuteronomy's covenant setting, established evidentiary requirements, and raised the important difference between similarity and fulfillment. However, he also shifted near the entire burden onto Yirmeyah, did not prove his own 70 termination claim, asserted an overly rigid requirement that every curse must fit one event exactly, made an unsupported claim about descendants never being judged under a law they were not personally shown, used unnecessary personal attacks. Provisional opening result, substantive structure, Carlos, clearly statement of his affirmative 70 CE case, Yirmeyah, because Carlos barely defended that position, professional conduct, Yirmeyah. Come on, Pastor, Apostle. Overall, Christian versus Hebrew. Overall, opening performance, slight edge to Carlos, but not a decisive one. This is only the opening round. Carlos' challenges become valuable only if he later substantiates them, while Yirmeyah must directly answer the covenant identity and similarity versus fulfillment objection. There goes the opening statement. We can take a minute. If anybody want to chime in and say anything about the opening statement, what they heard. 1 minute. Let's not take 3,000 years to do it. Anybody want to speak on the opening statements about what was said?
La.
Anybody else? Nobody else? Okay, we continue then. Hold up. Zahab is in the building. My bad. I know Zahab. Where is Wiggins? Where's old Wiggins? So we're going to continue. Let's go. We're going to get right to the nitty gritty. Who else is in here? Anybody else want to, is Nagyana in here? Guess I'll be the only one reading, huh? Sheesh. All right, look up. All right. Yirmeyah's argument structure. The audio is probably 16.26. They had 15 minutes, right? Yirmeyah's argument structure. Y'all can hear me clear, right?
Yes, here we can hear you clearly.
Deuteronomy 28 has recurred or manifold application cross generation. That's the argument. Preliminary assessment. Highly relevant, but it needs textual proof that the curses repeat rather than merely remain in effect. Daniel's 9:11 and 13 shows Israel collectively experienced Mosaic covenant curses. Daniel suffered captivity despite his personal righteousness. Strong answer to Carlos' suggestion that each victim must personally possess the violate Torah.
Right.
Strong answer to Carlos' suggestion that each victim must personally possess and violate Torah. Yeah, that's not even scripture, bro. Come on, man. That was wild. But I'm just reading. Spanish and Portuguese Jews were Israelites, endogamous, dark complexion, and claimed Judite descent. Potentially useful identity evidence, but complexion and communal claims alone do not establish that they became the West African population later enslaved. That was Carlos' position, and I believe that Rizzo wanted to see the connection, right? Distinguished real Israelites from, not saying that Yirmeyah, didn't, because we have to hear the conclusion. Distinguish real Israelites from other people claiming Jewish identity. Well, he's saying it there though. Assessed it, but he is saying it there. So assessed it more strongly than proof. The cited material supports distinct Jewish communities, not automatically true versus false Jews. describes persecution, forced conversion, seeds of children, enslavement, and Jewish flight from Iberia. Historically relevant to continuing covenant suffering after earlier captivity, but he must connect it precisely to Deuteronomy 28 and the transatlantic trade. Use Babylon to Timbuktu to connect persecuted Portuguese Jews with migration into Portuguese West African territories. This is the round, decisive historical bridge, and therefore the portion required the strongest source verification. Describe crypto Jews who outwardly converted while secretly practicing Judaism, supports continuity of Jewish identity under persecution, but not by itself the identity of enslaved West Africans. Discuss Portuguese Jews, West African islands, sugar production, enslaved labor, and Jewish descent, potential link to Atlantic slavery, but the transcript is too grabbled here to determine exactly what the cited source established. Right? I guess Yirmeyah could talk about that if you wanted to. Yirmeyah's strongest rebuttal. Listen to this. His use of Daniel's 9:11-13 directly challenged Carlos' claim. You cannot punish someone for violating the law they were never shown. Daniel speaks of corporately, all Israel transgressed thy law. Cut! Ching! The curse is poured upon us. Daniel includes himself among the nation, even though the narrative presents him as personally righteous, and he was also a president.
Right.
So that's a false statement, Carlos. This established that covenant judgment can operate nationally and generationally. Carlos must now explain why every West African descendant would have to produce personal possession of a Torah before covenant consequences could apply. It does not prove that. Let me read it again. This established that covenant judgment can operate nationally and generationally. Carlos must now explain why every West African descendant would have to produce personal possession of Torah before consequences could apply. He's laughing. It does not prove that West Africans were Israelites, but it weakens Carlos' particular legal objection. The crucial missing link, Yirmeyah presented pieces of historical chain. Iberian Jews identified with Judah, persecution and expulsion, migration towards West Africa, Israelite communities in West Africa, descendants taken in Atlantic slavery, Deuteronomy 28 fulfillment. The first two links receive meaningful support. Let's go back to the first two links. Iberian Jews identified with Judah, persecution and expulsion. Right? The last three were asserted or unsupported mainly through secondary material whose underlying evidence must be examined. All right, so talking about second source. All right, not the prime is not primary. Right, to complete this case, Yirmeyah must prove why Iberian Jewish communities migrated into particular West African regions, whether those migrants became identifiable ancestral populations, not merely merchants or colonial settlers, whether their descendants were among those transported in the slave trade. Which exact verse of Deuteronomy 28 describe those events? Why this represents covenant fulfillment rather than historical similarities. Important source problems, Yirmeyah names sources, authors, and some page numbers, which is better than making unsupported historical assertion. However, several issues remain. Swarthy can mean dark or dusty, but does not automatically mean sub-Saharan, African, or Negro. Spanish and Portuguese Jews claiming descent from Judah establish a tradition of identity, not independent genealogical proof. Endogamy does not prove one group consists of authentic Israelites, while other Jewish populations are false. A source saying Ham fathered certain dark races does not establish who the enslaved West Africans were. Babylon to Timbuktu appears to carry much of the Iberian to West African bridge Its cited claims would need collaboration from strong historical sources. Jews' participation in plantation production or owning enslaved laborers were not itself proof that those enslaved Africans were Jewish descendants. Relevance to the actual proposition, Yirmeyah did prove something significant in his round. Covenant curses were not limited to people who were individually wicked or personally holding a Torah scroll. Daniel's corporate confession supports collective covenant accountability, but he did not yet fully prove that the transatlantic slave trade fulfilled Deuteronomy 28. And remember, this is the first round. Most importantly, he did not spend enough time tying in particular historical evidence to particular verses such as Deuteronomy 28, 32, 41, 48, or 68. Conduct and presentation. Strengths. Presented multiple name sources rather than relying entirely on scriptural claims. Directly answered Carlos' covenant accountability challenge. Tried to establish chronological movement from Iberia towards West Africa. Stayed generally connected to Israelite identity and covenant punishment. Weaknesses. Use insults and dismissive remarks about Carlos and Christians. Read several old texts unclearly, making the evidence difficult to follow. We have to translate it to the proper English that we know right now, because that was throwing me off. I ain't even gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? So we can't do that again. Frequently inserted conclusions that went beyond what the display source explicitly established, did not clearly separate documented fact from his interpretation, did not complete the West Africa to slave ship link with sufficient strong evidence, right? The round apparently exceeded the announced 15 minutes, although pauses and stop time must be considered before imposing a penalty. Provisional round assessment, Yirmeyah's biblical rebuttal was stronger than historical demonstration. Right? So let me read that again. Yirmeyah's biblical rebuttal, because those things were said that he didn't rebuttal certain things that Carlo, that was how let me stop talking. Yirmeyah, because he rebutted the 3 minutes. Yirmeyah's biblical rebuttal was stronger than historical demonstration. So he did rebuttal some things. Obviously, is there. He successfully damaged Carlos' argument that only people personally shown Torah could experience covenant punishment. However, his affirmative historical case still contains a major evidentiary gap between Iberian Jews migrated into parts of West Africa and the population carried through the transatlantic slave trade. So that's just got to work on that. Feel me? First round classification: meaningful biblical counter arguments, promising historical chain, and complete proof of the deciphered genealogical and transatlantic connection. I am preserving this as a provisional round finding. The score remains open until Carlos responded first round and Yirmeyah later evidence and rebuttals are revealed. How we like that? Was that a good one? How about that? Was that a good one, everybody? Everybody listen, how you like that? How you like
Yes,
that?
sir. Put a 7 in the chat. Put a 7 in the chat.
Put a 7 in the chat if y'all like that, review about Yirmeyah's first round. All right? Okay. I know Paul Rizzo, I'm agreeing with a lot of the stuff. Yes or no, Paul Rizzo? Are you agreeing with some of that stuff? Don't make it long, because because you're the judge. You're the judge. Right. Yeah. All praise. Thank you, brother. Where's Elder Wiggins? Is he watching Elder Wiggins, man? Come on, bro. All right, so we got some sevens in the building. Let's get some sevens in the buildings, man. You know what I'm saying? We spending time. We could be doing anything outside of the Most High, man. We all here talking about the Bible. At the end of the day, we talking about the Bible, right? We're talking about the Most High. We're talking about our people, man. We're trying to connect the dots. You know what I'm saying? This is a beautiful thing, man. At the end of the day, this is what we're doing. All right, so let's continue. All right, so we got Carlos' first round of lined up into the system. Let's go, Carlos. Let me call Carlos. He's irking me right now. Where's my phone? You're gonna have to let me know that he's still listening, right? Are you still listening? Let me text him so he can respond on the low. All right, so I'm just gonna text him. Okay. All right, Carlos' argument map 145 to 215. Identify himself as a documented Sephardic Jew with migration history and DNA evidence. Assessment potentially significant, but asserted without presenting the documentation here. It also does not determine when Deuteronomy 28 ended. Deuteronomy 28 contains covenant penalties triggered by violating Mosaic law. Correct, and clearly established from Deuteronomy 28:15. Daniel 9 confirmed that Israel experienced the Mosaic curses during Babylonian captivity. Correct, but this actually supports Yirmeyah's corporate covenant argument. It proves an earlier fulfillment, not the termination of every curse. Deuteronomy 28, 30, 32, and 41 corresponds to the houses lost, corresponds to houses lost, women violated, and children carried captive in Lamentations. Strong evidence of Babylonian Jerusalem fulfillment. It does not prove those curses could never recur. Somebody just came back in. Let me see who that is. Yirmeyah. Anybody want to get in the stream? Mr. Wiggins, Elder Wiggins, man. I need you in the building, man. Come on, brother. Right? All right, so let me continue to read. Where I'm at. I'm here. I think I'm here. Deuteronomy 28, 30, 32 to 41 corresponds to houses lost, women violated, and children carried captive in Lamentation. Strong evidence of Babylonian Jerusalem fulfillment. It does not prove those curses could never recur. Deuteronomy 28, 36 was fulfilled when Jehoiachin and Zedekiah were carried to Babylon. Hold on, somebody just came in again. Yirmeyah, join acting up. Gotta get that Wi-Fi to go. Strong direct correspondence to a king being taken into an unknown nation. Again,
I call Wiggins, bro. Renounce and repent right now, bro.
Okay, I renounce. What am I repenting for? Again, this occurred centuries. Huh?
You said my Wi-Fi was messing up.
Okay, all right, brother. I repent, brother. Okay, God dang. Again, this occurred centuries before 70 CE, right? Byword means an object of ridicule, not specifically the modern N-word. Substantially correct lexical criticism. The verse cannot honestly be translated as a prophecy of one particular English slur. Right? That's a fact, but doesn't necessarily say that's not true, because that's what it is, a ridicule statement. So that is true. Okay? But as it stated here, one particular English slur. But you know dang well that's what it is. Okay? Deuteronomy 28, I'm just saying that anybody that can understand the definition of the word, know that's what it is, bro. Sorry. Deuteronomy 28, 43, 41 corresponds to economic subordination and Lamentation 5 and Nehemiah 5. A reasonable earlier application, but he does not prove an exclusive or terminal fulfillment. 12-minute mark, 1257, cannibalism during siege fulfills Deuteronomy 28, 52, 57. Strong correspondence. The verse explicitly places the event within siege conditions. Deuteronomy 29 shows, and even, I'm just going to keep reading. Because at the end, let me just be quiet. I can say this. But we still have to deal with what's being said. Because as Israelites, we standing on being seized on the transatlantic slave trade. But as you have to connect it, that's the point. But I get it. I get it. I understand it. I'm not going against what's being said. Deuteronomy 29 shows that the curse concern covenant rebellion, judgment upon Israel's land, and removal from it. This is Carlos talking, right? Correct covenant framework, but he overstates what it proves about later dispersions. 1540, 1718 declares Jeremiah ignorant. No, that ain't what it says. Declares Jeremiah ignorant. And it says history outside the Bible is unnecessary. Rhetorical assertion and personal attack, not additional proof. It also conflicts with Carlos' appeal to his own documented history, migration, and DNA. Woo, boy, this don't play with you, boy. Truth ain't playing with you. Truth got everything for you, buddy. Thou hypocrites. Carlos produced the clearest verse by verse presentation so far. What Carlos successfully established? Carlos produced the clearest verse by verse presentation so far. He successfully demonstrated that numerous Deuteronomy 28 curses has had documented application in ancient Israel. Property, inheritance, transferred to enemies, women violated during conquest, children carried into captivity, kings deported to Babylon, economic subordination to foreigners, famine and cannibalism during siege, removal from Israel's land. This directly warns against taking every resemblance to Atlantic slavery as proof of a unique transatlantic fulfillment. His strongest point was similarity alone does not prove identity or fulfillment. His treatment of byword was also largely sound. Deuteronomy 28:37 describes becoming an object of astonishment, a proverbial ridicule and contempt. It does not linguistically predict one specific modern English racial. Like, yeah. I'm not going to rock with that. I got that. But it's being technical on the debate. I get it. But it's still a byword. Niggas, spits, wetbacks, and coons is bywords. Jigaboo, we can go on and on. Okay? Right? Carlos, Central Fair, but see, I did not insert porch monkey, whatever, right? I didn't insert anything in there. Okay? Carlos' central failure. Oh, we're going to get some failures here, Carlos. Carlos was assigned a position that all Deuteronomy 28 ended in the first century. But nearly all its fulfillment evidence came from the Babylonian conquest, Lamentations,
Right.
Jehoiakim, Zedekiah, the post-exile situation in Nehemiah. Those events occurred centuries before the first century. Those events occurred centuries before the first century. As I said, the curses was enacted all the way from the judges. As I said in the conversation, the curse of Deuteronomy 28 was enacted every time the Israelites broke the laws and went into whoring. He enacted them, and you see that in the book of the Judges. You see it in
I never asserted that they would not happen. My position is that they happened again. That's the difference. So showing an event where it happened, the curses are real,
but it doesn't prove that they won't happen again. He's asserting by reading Lamentations that it happened then and it ain't gonna happen anymore. And I'm arguing against that.
Right. Okay. So those events occurred century before the first century, because again, as Jeremiah said, and as I said, you had the Syrian captivity, the Babylonian captivity, the Persian and Median captivity, you had the Greek captivity, and the Roman captivity. Let's stop playing games here. And there was a captivity and a kingdom that was coming out of Rome. Right? So that's in itself is like a head chop. But anyway, the evidence supports Deuteronomy 20 has substantial ancient fulfillments. It does not yet establish It does not yet establish every curse reaches final determination by 70 CE and could have no continual recurring application afterward. That is a major difference. Carlos repeatedly says, fulfilled, but he never established a controlling premise that the early fulfillment prevents a later application.
Right.
Let me read it again. An earlier fulfillment prevents, let me read it again. Carlos repeatedly says fulfilled, but he never established the control premise that an earlier fulfillment prevents a later application. A prophecy or covenant warning can have an identifiable ancient fulfillment while its covenantal condition continues across later generations. His response to Daniel 9 backfires. Yirmeyah said Yirmeyah used Daniel 9 to challenge Carlos' claim that the punished population must personally possess and knowingly violate Torah. Carlos quoted Daniel 9, 11 to 13. All Israel have transgressed the Lord, therefore the curse is poured upon us. But Carlos never answers Yirmeyah's point. Daniel corporately includes himself in Israel's guilt and punishment, although Daniel personally did not initiate the ancestral rebellion.
Right.
That's a very key point. Because as I always state, was there not one good Egyptian that treated the Israelites good in the ancient Egyptian empire? When the Most High came and brought judgment against the whole house of Egypt? I'm sure there was one good Egyptian. I'm sure there was one. Had to be at least one of them. But they all got the judgment. Every last one of them that was not an Israelite. Because the instructions of putting the blood on the doorpost was for the children of Israel and the children of Israel only. And they all got judged. Right? Okay. Daniel 9 therefore establishes corporate covenant identity, national and generational consequences, later Israelite suffering consequences tied to early rebellion, the curse continuing through historical generations. It does not prove that West Africans were Israelites, but it weakens Carlos' demand that each punished descendant must first be shown possessing Torah. Read that again. It does not prove that West Africans were Israelites, but it weakens Carlos' demand that each punished descendant must first be shown personally possessing Torah. Yeah, that's wild because the Gentiles going to be judged, and they did not enter into a covenant with the Lord. They did not enter a covenant with the Lord.
And Deuteronomy 28 and 64, 65 says that the children of Israel worship other gods, both wood and stone. So how are they going to possess a Torah?
And it's historically, the priests had the Torah. Okay. All of this Torah, everybody having a Bible is later on during the 13th century and all that.
Right.
You know what I mean? All that when they separated from the church, the Catholic Church. So, come on. Problems in Carlos' textual reasoning. 1. Earlier fulfillment does not prove termination. Finding Deuteronomy 28:36 reflected in the Babylonian captivity proves an application. Carlos still needs a text saying that such application exhausts the curse permanently. 2. He samples curse that claims all were completed. Carlos examined selected portions did not demonstrate the fulfillment and termination of every curse. Most notably, he did not address Deuteronomy 28:68 in this round. If his claim is all ended, his verdict cannot be satisfied by this demonstrating only several ancient correspondence. His byword conclusion goes too far. 2 Chronicles 7:20 says the temple will become a proverb and a byword. That proves byword is not the technical name of a particular racial slur. But Carlos says this means Deuteronomy 28:37. Let me read that again. Second Chronicles 7:20 says the temple will become a proverb and a byword. That proves byword is not the technical name of a particular racial slur. I got to give him to him. That was a nice one, Carlos. That was a nice one. That's a nice chop right there. That's a nice one. But Carlos says this means Deuteronomy 28:37 cannot concern people. That is incorrect because Deuteronomy directly says, thou, talking to Israel, we know this, shall become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword. You tried it, but it didn't work. The grammatical subject there is covenant Israel. The same term can be applied to the land, temple, or people depending on the passage. Tried it. It is tied to the land for. It is tied to the land, does not settle the matter. The chapter begins in the land, but Deuteronomy 28 also describes Israel being removed from the land, scattered among nations, serving enemies, taken to foreign places. Deuteronomy 31-3 then pictures Israel remembering the blessings and curses while dispersed among the nations. Oh, shout out to Benaiah, Israel, man, Yirmeyah said you should have brought that out. The land is central, but the judgment does not operate within its borders. Ooh, that would have been a bomb. You'd have brought that out like that. Woo. 5. He miscites one passage orally. At approximately 6:52, Carlos says, Zechariah 4:2. But the passage about nations gathering against Jerusalem, houses rifled and women ravished, Zechariah 14:2. This appears to be a verbal citation error rather than a fatal argument. Right? His standard change. Carlos began by appealing to a Sephardic bloodline, migration patterns, history, DNA. He then dismisses Yirmeyah for bringing outside history and says the matter should remain inside Scripture. Historical evidence cannot be legitimate when establishing Carlos' identity, but illegitimate when Yirmeyah uses it. Wow! Read that again.
Right.
You hear that? He
Right.
then
Read that
dismisses
again,
Yirmeyah.
Mahal. Read that again.
He then dismisses Yirmeyah for bringing out history and says the matter should remain inside Scripture. Historical evidence cannot be legitimate when establishing Carlos' identity, but illegitimate when Yirmeyah uses it.
Right.
I'm sorry, that's crazy work right there. I'm telling you the truth, it's not playing. Did Carlos answer Yirmeyah's first round? Here we go. Here's the bells and whistles. Hey, Judge still in the building? Okay, I see him. Elder Wiggins, you still there? Elder Wiggins? Is the elder in the building, Wiggins? Come on, Wiggs. God dang, Wiggins. All right, here we go. Yirmeyah's argument, Carlos' response, and results. Okay? Right? Daniel 9 demonstrates.
Hey, real quick. Carlos just sent a message. I never said every person needed a Torah. My position is the people would know they violated the Torah. Brother, that ain't what you said, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Truth do not lie. Okay, I can pull up the transcript. I can pull up the actual transcript. Everything that's in here is what was said. Again, I spent $52. I need some bread. All right. This is what was being said now. We go back to the timestamp, it's there. Do I have to go to? All right, you said it now. You're going to make me go to the timestamp now. Because one thing, you're not going to play my words, brother. All right? So approximately 6:52, Carlos says, let me see. Well, if I see the timestamp, Carlos, I'm on your grass, bro. Don't play with me, bro. You said it. You said it, brother. I'm find it now. Don't make me find it, Carl. I'm gonna keep going, man. But I'm gonna remember what you said, bro. Truth ain't playing no games, bro. Okay, let's not do that. I'm gonna have to write. Hey, Yirmeyah, make sure you write that what he just said that wasn't said. I'm gonna clip the shit and I'm gonna play it. Anybody sit up here and lie, I'm gonna clip your ass. Let's go for Yirmeyah too. I'm gonna clip you. Stop playing. Right? Clip your ass. Did Carlos answer Yirmeyah first round? Daniel 9 demonstrates corporate covenant punishment. Carlos responds. Carlos quoted Daniel 9, but does not answer the corporate accountability point. Not answered. Judge. Iberian Jews suffered persecution and forced migration. Carlos effectively concedes Sephardic Jews existed, migrated, and reached places such as Jamaica. Broadly conceded some Iberian Jews, Yirmeyah, some Iberian Jews migrated towards West Africa. Carlos' response, Carlos does not directly examine or refute Yirmeyah's cited migration sources. Not answered. So we got other people not answering stuff, Judge.
Right.
Those migrants, everybody gets it with the truth. Everybody gets it here. Those migrants connect to enslaved West African populations. Carlos argues that the connection to Deuteronomy 28 remains unproved. Valid challenge. We got to work on it. Yirmeyah. The curse continued beyond one ancient event. Read again. The curses continue beyond one ancient event. Yirmeyah's argument. Carlos presents early fulfillments, but does not prove those was exclusive or terminal. Not disprove. You not disprove Yirmeyah's argument. The transatlantic slave trade parallels Deuteronomy 28. Carlos showed that several cited experiences also occurred in ancient Israel. Partially answered. So it's not a slam dunk. Okay. So we got not answered here, right? Yirmeyah, not answered. Got 2 not answered, not disproved, valid challenge, broadly conceded, blah, blah, blah. Let's go. Conduct. Carlos repeatedly calls Yirmeyah an amateur. Come on, apostles. Ignorant of scriptures. Come on, apostle. Unstudied. Someone who should be ashamed. Apostle. Yeah. Hold on, brother. I'm gonna read the whole thing. I read the whole thing on the other part. I know, but I'm still gonna. I know we that was said earlier. Those remarks do not invalidate his textual evidence, but they should reduce. Can I have fun while I'm doing this thing, brother? Because I'm having fun too, though. Because I'm reading. You want to read? But they should reduce his score. But they should reduce his score for professional conduct. This is why I'm reading it, because y'all gonna have to clean up the goddamn debate, bro. Everybody that's doing debates need to clean it up, and you need to penalize people for not being professional. That's including me. If I go up there and start going off and going crazy and talking like I be talking when I get in my bag, then y'all should penalize me too. So that's why I'm reading it. Because it needs to be cleaned up. And the people can want to listen to without people saying all type of crazy stuff out their mouth. Like I do at times. So how about that? They also consume time. They also consume time that could have been used to defend his specific first century termination claim. Thank you. First round comparative verdict. Carlos gave the better organized and more detective specific presentation. Yirmeyah's first round presented a promising historical chain, but did not adequately complete the connection from Iberian Jews to the enslaved West African population. However, Carlos largely proved the wrong proposition. He demonstrated ancient fulfillments, mostly Babylonian, not that all Deuteronomy 28 ended in the first century. My provisional assessment. Here we go. Scriptorial organization, Carlos. Which that should never happen, Yirmeyah. Ancient fulfillment evidence, Carlos. And that was just based off easy in the Bible. And I'm not listen, Carlos, my man, I went for him the whole nine, but that's not nothing hard for us, for me, okay, at all. Because I would have made all of that clear in the beginning, straight up and down, right? But anyway, ancient familiar evidence, Carlos, direct rebuttal of personal Torah requirement, Jeremiah. Historical migration evidence, Jeremiah, but incomplete. Addressing the exact first century proposition, neither fully conceded. And the judge also said that as well. Professional conduct, Jeremiah. Or Black Jesus also, I think Black Jesus. But overall first round performance, narrow edge to Carlos. So give Carlos the first round. Narrow edge to Carlos, right? Narrow edge. And you can see this, look right here and see where the error happened. This is where this is where the edge happened. Right here.
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
Carlos posted a comment, said, persecution is not a curse, it's a promise to all believers.
Which one is that one?
What scripture is that, Carlos? Where is that at in the Bible?
Hey, Carlos. Don't be saying too much, man, because then you're gonna be finished. I'm not saying you be finished, but even in your post round, you really damage yourself in the post conversation, and that's gonna be a different joint I'll do. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that's not scripture right there, bro. You just saying anything right now. You might as well just get up in here, bro. You already texting. You might as well just get up in here. I don't like it if I like not trash talking on comment. Yeah, I mean I don't have a problem with trash talking. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just having fun right now, for real. All right. This was not a decisive
Somebody
Carlos.
said in the comment section, I don't know if I like not trash talking during competition.
Yeah, that's Benaiah. That's Benaiah Israel, man. He want to do a lot of debates, man. He believes in the virgin birth. Shout out to Benaiah Israel and the whole nine. That's my man's. Yo, he always show love to me, everything, man. That's my dude. Right? Okay. So
Whoa. This is not the Chat GPT man. Carlos says Chat GPT can make mistakes. Since when, Carlos?
hey
Since
Carlos,
when?
where he say that at? I don't see the message.
Yeah, it's above Benaya's quote about the trash talk, right above it. Carlos says Chat GPT can make mistakes and did not and it did was not required to answer Jeremiah's first round. It's not a question and answer yet. Got to clean up your typing. Carlos, man.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremiah, on this brother, right? Hey, Carlos, chill out, bro. Okay, and you know you co-pilot, whatever the hell you. Come on, bro, cut it out. You know what I'm saying? Don't you can judge your little your little thing that my man Truth don't be playing no games. I don't know what the hell you doing because I require my requirements are specific, my man. I don't play none of those games. Not over here. Not with mine. But hold on. I ain't hearing Jeremiah crying about nothing that was said. Yet. Not yet. You getting the edge over here, opening round over there. He ain't crying. What are you crying for? What are you crying for? You're gonna take this damn review, brother. Right? This was not a decisive Carlos victory. He won the round narrowly through clearer organization and stronger direct textual correspondence, but his failure to prove termination in the first century leaves the debate central issue unresolved. Let's go. Second
Right.
round. Second round. Okay, 908. Okay. Received and logged as Jeremiah. Boom, 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 boom. We go. Here go Jeremiah's argument. Second round. Y'all ready? If you're ready, put a one in the chat, man. If y'all ready for me to read, because I'm reading, man. Put a one in the chat, man. I need to see some ones, man. I'm gonna get somebody else to read. Anybody else want to read? I'll read. It's all good. Boy, let me take a little sip of what I'm sipping on. Let me take some water. All right. Jeremiah's argument map. Carlos cannot call Deuteronomy 29 itself a fulfillment because Israel had not yet entered the land. Fair chronological correction. If Carlos treated Moses' prediction as an historical event, but Carlos primarily used later biblical history as fulfillment evidence. So Jeremiah somewhat overstates the error. Scripture is manifold or comparable of repeated applications. Relevant thesis, but Job 11:6 and Nehemiah 9:27 do not establish that one prophecy necessarily receives multiple historical fulfillments. You can read that on your own. Joseph and Moses were both raised in Pharaoh's household. The fiery furnace pattern can recur. This is Jeremiah's argument. Demonstrates repeated biblical patterns, not automatically repeated fulfillment of every Deuteronomy 28 curse. Iberian Jews experienced the condition described in Deuteronomy 28. Potentially important continuation argument, but he cites the wrong verse number and must prove that the experience were covenant curse fulfillment rather than parallels. What's that? True and break.
Hey, brother.
Wife wanted me to take.
Hey, brother. You got to take a damn chewing break on your own damn time. What the hell is wrong with you, man? You got everybody sitting there waiting while you damn smacking on a damn pork chop sandwich, man. What the hell is wrong with you, man? We just sitting there waiting all damn day for the thing. You taking a snack break right in the middle of the damn presentation, man. What scripture is that, brother? Where is that in the Bible?
See, the woman is a stumbling block. Eve. The woman becomes the beginning. Oh man, I knew this guy was gonna get at me. Thank you, baby. It was good. See, I gotta be rebuked in front of before all. Oh man, so you know what I gotta do right now. I'm sorry, y'all. It's in the Bible though. Okay. Where we at, man? That was funny. Okay. Oh, whew. So we are right here, right? On 437, Spanish Jewish refugees unable to pay Portuguese ransom had their children siege forcibly baptized and sent to San Tome. One of its strongest historical examples. It provides plausible correspondence with Deuteronomy 28:32 and 41. Good notes to have. Good notes to have. 641 to 851. An older source allegedly connects Jewish deportation, San Tome, African settlement, sugar production, and slavery. Possibly valuable, but the reading is too garbled to determine exactly what the source says. It cannot presently carry decisive evidentiary weight. That's what I'm saying. I was saying, man, why he ain't just goddamn copied it and then translated into modern English.
Right.
That's what I was saying. Like, dang. And I want to say, yo, let me read. But it's all good. So this is something that we'll take these notes. A geographical account reports Jews scattered across North and West Africa, including communities around the Niger, claiming descent from Abraham. Supports the historical presence of Jewish identified communities in Africa. Self-identification does not independently prove genealogy. From Babylon and Timbuktu, identified black Jews in Angola as Portuguese Jewish outcasts who moved inland. This directly addresses the Iberia to West Africa.
Right.
But it requires independent corroboration. Right? So we just got to work on it. Just got to work on it. That's it. Just got to work on it. But directly addresses the Iberia to West African link, which is powerful. right? The same book says Portuguese black Jews became victims of the Inquisition and was sold through the Atlantic slave. This is what Yirmeyah said. This is Yirmeyah's most important claim of the debate so far. It
Right.
must be verified from the quoted source and stronger underlining documentation.
Let me give
13 minutes.
let me hold that for a second. We got a comment from Carlos Lamar, which is absurd, right? Carlos Lamar says the Jews in Spain were told to convert. See, notice how he replaced the word Christianity, because every source I had said Christianity. No source that I produced said Catholicism. But he strategically put this word here, right? The Jews in Spain were told to convert to Catholicism. If they would have been Christians, they would have not went through it. What?
What? I thought Catholicism was Christians.
Right.
What are you saying there, bro? That don't make no sense.
But hold on. So now, are you supporting people going through this extreme suffering because they're not Christians? See if Carlos was living back then, he'd be one back there talking about, give us Barabbas.
See, Carlos, you better get up on here because Yirmeyah got all opportunity to crack at your behind, bro. All right? Tell the rib, because 1 Corinthians 11 says you the head of the woman. All right, brother? You're doing the ministry of the Lord. All right? Don't let her bully us loud that you can't come on this live, my nigga. Okay?
Well, hold on, man. The thing is that instead of it being the children of Israel facing the curses, even though these are Israelites being forced to convert to something, that don't matter that they're Israelites, right? That don't matter, which he already acknowledged that they're Israel via his own testimony, right? They're Israel being forced to convert to Christianity. So basically what he's saying is they should have just converted and they would have been all right. No, man. Christianity was something different than the followers of Christ. Let's make that clear, right?
I thought I heard somebody try to come in.
One last point for Benaiah. So AI just wait a minute. So AI, can you see it?
Yeah, just that the main perimeter of cursings going beyond the first century has been proven. At this point, it's all about presentation. Carlos says can only win on a technicality. Boom. Woo. Woo. It's a lot. Yo, man. Hey, Benaiah watch, man. Benaiah is ready to get down with the sauce, man. Debate league, man.
Yeah.
And already went.
We're gonna take care of Benaiah, man. We're gonna get him lined up.
Yeah. He ready rock and roll.
You got it, man. I just wanted to get these comments in, man. I'm not saying anything. Man.
No. You good. Because I'm not looking at the comments, so you make sure you let me know so I can, again, Carlos, get up in here, man. Stop playing games, bro. You was on the Lions Den yesterday. Come on, this is about you, bro. How you not gonna be on your own show? It's you and Yirmeyah show. God dang. All right, where I'm at right here. I'm at the minute. What more?
I can't see the screen, man. I got it on my big screen, and I still can't see it.
You can't see what? Of the words?
The reading, but I'm listening though. Go ahead.
Want me to make it bigger?
No. Go ahead, brother. No.
All right.
I got to go out and go onto YouTube to actually turn my screen where it be bigger. So just go ahead, man, so I can stay here and talk.
Okay, let me go back because that one just took me all out the world. Okay, here you go. The same book says Portuguese black Jews became victim of the Inquisition, was sold through the Atlantic slave trade. This is Yirmeyah's most important claim of the debate so far. It must be verified from a quoted source and stronger underlying documentation. Hey, Yirmeyah going in the icons, man. He going, right? You know what I'm saying? Lists West African regions allegedly containing black Jewish communities. This is what Yirmeyah position. Relevant supporting geography. But a list of communities does not establish which population entered the transatlantic trade. And I got a book, you know what I'm saying, that you know what I'm saying, that I threw up in there later on after all of this. And you can see right here. That's just one. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, this 1415, distinguished black Jews allegedly enslaved from European descendant. Read it again. Distinguished black Jews allegedly enslaved from European descendant Jews, slaveholders in the Americas. This is what Yirmeyah said. Helps clarify which population he identifies with the curses. But statistics about Jewish slaveholders do not prove the ancestry of enslaved Africans. Now, let me read that again. Distinguished black Jews.
Yeah, because it misinterpreted why I was bringing up the white source of white Jewish people owning slaves. It think that I was using that to prove an ancestral connection, but no, I was using that to show the white Jews owned slaves, so they could not be the Israelites that the Bible speaks of, because they were the owners of slaves. They financed the slave trade. They insured the slave trade, which happened to the Jews of Spain and Portugal.
Right. So again, the assessment helps clarify which population identified with the curse, but statistics about Jewish slaveholders do not prove the ancestors of enslaved African based off the statistics of Jewish slaveholders. That still doesn't eradicate with Yirmeyah's position, and it also says it here helps clarify which population he identified with the curses. But this is based off Jewish slaveholders statistics. Okay, cites anthropological descriptions of Black Portuguese Jews, potentially relevant to appearance, but appearance cannot establish Israelite descent by itself. True statement. True statement. Because there's a lot of people that look black, Nicki Minaj, grandfather East Indian, Tamia,
Right.
Stranger in My House, Father's White, Bob Marley. You know, so we can go on to Tia Tamara, we can go on and on, right? So that's the correct statement. Jeremiah says archaeological evidence distinguish ancient Egyptians from Negroes, right? I would have put the Bible too, because you know that Exodus says that. You know it says that. There's a difference between the Israelites and the Egyptians if you try to say the Negroes are the Israelites. Most tangible, all right, distinguishing Egyptians from sub-Saharan Africans does not prove that enslaved West Africans were Israelites.
Right. So my point there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the claim is that we're Africans, right?
Right.
So it's imperative that we know that the Egyptians are one of the sons of Ham, right? So I wanted to make the distinction that there is a historical source that separates Negroes in particular from Egyptian Hamites. That's very important to the context of this argument. If you're telling us that the people that went into slavery are Hamites, this is what Carlos believes, that we are Hamites. Okay?
Yep,
And so therefore I had to separate Negroes from Egyptians. Very important.
And you did say inserted that, Carlos, in your opening round. You mentioned that the Canaanites are cursed while you're speaking about the children of Israel at the same time, simultaneously. I caught that. I reviewed it 3, 4, 5 times. Did he just say inserted that we're Canaanites? Now, if you listen to Carlos, tell me you didn't say that, and I'll go right to your 3 minutes right now. I promise you I'll go there when you inserted that we're Canaanites and not Israelites.
Yeah, go ahead and put something in the comment section right now, Carlos, and either agree or refute what Maharakar just said. Go ahead,
because if you do, I know exactly where you at with that, bro. Because I reviewed that joint 5 times. I said, did I just hear him try to call us Cain and cursed? Yeah. All right. But, let's continue. Where we at? Yeah, that's it. So now let's get to the breakdown. More breakdown. Important correction, Deuteronomy 28:65, not 28:54. At approximately 3 minutes and 10 seconds, Yirmeyah identifies the passage at Deuteronomy 28:54, but reads, "And among these nations shall thou find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest." That is Deuteronomy 28:65. Deuteronomy 28:54 concerns a man becoming hostile towards family during siege, induced famine. The citation error matters because Carlos could exploit it, although the actual words Yirmeyah read are genuine scripture. His manifold fulfillment argument is incomplete. Yirmeyah needed to answer Carlos' assumption. Somebody just came in. Wiggins. The elder is back. The elder is back, man. We have people that fell off on us, but it's like, where's poor Rizzo? He's spinning around the world. Poor Rizzo is spinning. Poor Rizzo, come back in, poor Rizzo. Welcome back, Elder Wiggs. His manifold fulfillment argument is incomplete. Yirmeyah needed to answer Carlos' assumption that ancient fulfillment equals final expiration. He correctly argued that biblical events and patterns may recur. However, his proof texts do not establish his conclusion. Got to work on that. Job 11:6, the secrets of the wisdom are doubled to that which is. Yeah, we got to go to the scripture, Yirmeyah. We got to stay in there. Got to stay, bro. Have to. Wiggins, you in here twice, Wiggs. Which one are you, Wiggs?
I'm not sure. Hold on.
I keep talking. I know which one you are now.
Yeah, he's the bottom one.
Yeah, we'll keep remove right there. All right, you the bottom one. Talk. Yeah.
Yo.
Yo. Okay, you back in the building. We got to get the judge back in. I don't know what the judge doing, man. The judge got to be in here. You know what I'm saying? Because you about to get, I mean. All right, okay. His manifold fulfillment argument is incomplete. Yirmeyah needed to answer Carlos' assumption that ancient fulfillment equals final expiration. He correctly argued that biblical. I think that's the judge. The judge is back. Welcome back, Judge. His manifold fulfillment argument is incomplete. Yirmeyah needed to answer Carlos' assumption that ancient fulfillment equals final expiration. He correctly argued that biblical events and patterns may recur. However, his proof texts do not establish his conclusion. Job 11:6, the secrets of wisdom are doubled to that which is. Nehemiah 9:27, God's manifold mercies. In these passages, double and manifold describe wisdom and mercy, not a formal rule that every prophecy has multiple fulfillments. His example of Joseph and Mary, I'm sorry, I don't know why I say that. Joseph and Moses, both being raised in Pharaoh's household, show repeated patterns, but this only establishes possibility. Similar patterns can recur. It does not yet prove. Deuteronomy 28 predicted both ancient captivities and transatlantic slave trade. Still, Carlos carries the reciprocal burden, showing that ancient application does not prove that the curse legally expired. Carlos must establish exclusivity of termination, while Yirmeyah must establish later application. Let me read that one more time. Still, Carlos carries a reciprocal burden, showing ancient application does not prove that the curse legally expired. Carlos must establish exclusivity or termination, while Yirmeyah must establish later application. Yirmeyah, please say the Yah, strong historical evidence. The most compelling portion is the treatment of Jewish children under Portuguese King Juan, right? According to the evidence, as Yirmeyah presented it, Jewish refugees expelled from Spain into Portugal. Portugal demanded payment for their temporary residence. Some families could not pay. Their children were seized. Their children were forcibly baptized. They were deported to San Tome. If properly sourced, this creates a meaningful correspondence with Deuteronomy 28:32. Sons and daughters given to another people with their parents eyes fell for them. Deuteronomy 28, 40, children going into captivity. Deuteronomy 28, 65, distress and insecurity among the nations, right? This will materially weaken Carlos' claim that such covenant conditions completely terminated by 70 CE, especially since Carlos recognized Iberian Sephardic Jews as Israelites.
Right.
I'll read that again. If properly sourced, this creates a meaningful correspondence with Deuteronomy 28:32. Sons and daughters given to another people while the parents' eyes fail for them. Deuteronomy 28:41. Children going into captivity. Deuteronomy 28:65. Distress and insecurity among the nation. This would materially weaken Carlos' claim that such covenant conditions completely terminated by 70 CE, especially since Carlos recognized Iberian Sephardic Jews as Israelites.
Right.
That right there. That's big.
Right. Benaiah says in the comment section it was over right there.
Yeah,
right?
Because if you agree and say that Liberians, right? Iberians are Israelites, you know damn well they came over here. You know that.
Right.
Paul Rizzo, you got to know that.
We got some more. Another prideful statement coming from Carlos Lamar. Carlos Lamar states, speaking directly to Benaiah Israel, he can't win. He can't win. He can't get in. He can't get out.
Apologies. I think that we have reached a section somewhere we're getting carried away. Again, try to explain it.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Hold on, because y'all celebrating on a point that should not be celebrated.
Nobody is who's celebrating. He just making jokes.
It sounds like a celebration in the moonwalk.
I'm reading Carlos's comments.
Wait a minute. He's reading Carlos' comments. Carlos is not in here to speak. You're a judge. You're listening to the debate, and you're still being a judge.
To a big point.
You're listening.
I'm listening to a big point.
What I'm saying, you're still
I'm listening to a big point. Let's don't mistake. Again, I'm here for the I'm here for the analytics. I'm not here for the shenanigans. I'm serious.
Okay,
I'm not here for that. The big point, and Carlos acknowledging, I stated on record, this is on record, that they both agreed that there was Jewish presence in Spain and Portugal. That is a big point.
Jewish?
But it does not. I don't think they were arguing white people. The only person who was making those assertions, the only person that was made those assertions.
I'm just biased when I hear Jewish. I don't.
Oh,
Jewish
okay.
I mean that's a fact. That's a fact. When you type in Jewish,
in the context,
and Judah is two different words.
In the context of this debate, the way Jew or Jewish would work would be concerning Black Jewish presence in Spain and in Portugal and in San Tome. See what I'm saying? So we're not going to reprove the words because that's not going to, the words can't repent or renounce. But what we can say is that, fairly speaking, it's not over. I disagree with Benaiah because that is not the point of the debate. Again, I agree with AI's assessment. Yes, while Carlos did not prove the curses ended in 70 CE, likewise, the onus was on Yirmeyah to prove that the curses continued, showing Jewish presence in San Tome, which, by the way, in your own source, it says San Tome was uninhabited. And the only reason that the Jews were there was because the king over Spain said, y'all gonna pay taxes. They didn't want to pay the taxes. And the only way you're gonna stay in Portugal is if you pay 100,000 Eries. That's in your own source. I read the source. I have the source now. I told you I documented everything for this very purpose.
But
because they didn't, if you would allow me, I'm just showing you a notable point here, why I disagree with Benaiah's assessment and why I say, yes, it is a big point that you agree. But to use a source that says the only reason why Jewish presence was there is because because their parents couldn't pay the taxes. That's in your own source, and the kids were taken and baptized, and they forced them to become Christians and work there in the sugar fields. That doesn't prove Deuteronomy's curses applies to them, and in fact, that's not even in Deuteronomy.
Yeah, that's slavery.
That's that's called dying at your own source. That source is
No,
not
no,
enough to
no.
substantiate that point. And besides that, I agree with AI's assessment. Neither one of you all, and I said this, neither one of y'all proved it. As far as the title of the debate, neither one of y'all even made it to that. You never even made it to that point of it.
That wasn't your judgment, though.
Yes, it is.
Yirmeyah, can I
That's the
say
whole
one thing?
reason.
Yeah,
I'm
hold on,
sorry.
hold on. Wait a minute.
Okay,
Let's put
well, I'll
Rizzo.
tell you what. I can do this independently. I don't, I'm not here to argue with anybody. I'm not going to argue with you. The arguments that are on the table that Maharakar is reading is what's necessary and vital here. For two reasons. Mainly because you all won't hear it from me unless I get on the live and do my own analysis, which you cannot do in 5 minutes after a debate. But I can do it within an hour on my own. This very same thing that you are hearing. I could walk through your debate and do the same thing that he paid for. Okay, so what I am saying is AI is correct. We
I don't
are
know if you're
coming to
doing
the
like
same,
true.
we are doing the same thing that he's laying out. That's the same thing that I see in y'all debate. I'm just gonna tell you, I'm looking through the same lens as AI. I'm just not using AI. But I agree with this assessment. Every little fine point from the ad homs to the claims, to the proof text, to the historical connections. Again, who were the Jewish masters? You never clarified that in your debate. You just said that they were Jews and they were dispersed. Well, Carlos says the same thing. And I agree with AI's assessment yet again when it states that yes, there's fulfillment in Lamentations, there's fulfillment in Kings. I agree with that. But he never made it to the point to say they stopped here. Y'all never even got that point that far to even deal with that part of the aspect.
Yeah,
Never
let me
got
say.
there. And that's so far in the rounds as Maharakar is reciting the redactions of AI. So, I'm just saying, that's where you are right now. So don't
Yeah,
get too excited.
I mean,
Well,
it's
hold
gonna
on,
be.
Maharakar, let me say this one part. When he said it doesn't prove anything, Yirmeyah said slavery. It said in Deuteronomy 28, your sons and your daughters shall be taken from you, and they shall go into captivity. That's what happened when the Jewish children, the Negroes from Spain and Portugal, children were taken and placed in Guinea. That's Deuteronomy 28, the curses and continuation. That's all I want to say.
That's exactly right. And I want to address really quickly. I was simply reading Carlos's comment, right? And for you to come off mic and assert there was something else. Look, I apologize. I just want to read what these comments are saying. Benaiah has no sway in this debate at all, in this commentary at all. I am reading comments. So for you to address Benaiah is unnecessary.
I think
Right?
that if we're going to
But
hear the review, I think that a lot of these comments need to be kept to a dull roar and at a minimum so we can get through it. That's what I think. I'm here for the analytics. I made that very clear from the start with. Do not
Yeah,
address
but
me personally unless you have questions concerning something I say.
Paul
I do
Rizzo.
not want to hear the comments to me personally. This isn't
Paul,
about me. This is about the debate and the analytics.
nobody
If we
said
can't do
nothing.
that, I'm going to exit stage left immediately. That's
first of
all
all,
I got to say.
nobody. First of all, let me say this: nobody said anything in the comment directly to you. That if so, Yirmeyah stopped because Carlos is not on the panel. Carlos is in the chat. So if he say anything in the chat, we want to hear what he say. What do you mean? So we don't supposed to listen or put up his comments in the chat for Rizzo?
No, I'm saying any comments directed at me personally.
Which
I'm
one
not
was
here for
directed?
that. I'm
Which
not.
one? So
If the shoe
don't
fits,
concern yourself,
just because I
but
want to
don't
get through
concern.
this possible too. I don't want to be all night with
Fine, but
this. I don't.
right. I don't either. 'Cause I gotta go to work. You don't have to be concerned about a comment somebody say about you. Why
I'm
do
not
you
concerned
think
about
you already made the
comments in
judgment?
the chat. I want you to know I'm not talking about comments in chat. I do
So
not
nobody.
directly want to be addressed except it is something I am saying. Otherwise, I'm not interested. That's all I'm putting
All
out
right,
there.
all
That's
right,
it.
cool. But guess what?
No, nobody
I'm gonna
addressed
say
you.
sarcastic stuff, and that's just that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Let's not do that. And you should not be getting upset. I mean, you didn't debate. You made the judgment. So continue to listen. We almost done. Chill out. Relax. Sheesh. All right. And I'm just gonna put up this comment right here. Boom. And I'm gonna read it. Okay. Let me get back to the business, man. All right. Carlos accepted Sephardic Iberian Jews as covenant Israelites. Documentary history shows those same Jews suffered child seizure, forced religion, conversion, banishment, captivity after 70 CE. After 70, that was my question. When was this? I was going to ask you this question, Poor Rizzo. What century was this happening? Because I know damn well it was in the first century. So if he's saying that these people are Israelites, and you're even saying they're Israelites, well, that kills the argument about it ended in the first century. That deads it. From my perspective and understanding what wordage, that kills it right there. That part of the argument is dead. That's dead. You cannot win.
Yeah, I mean,
He cannot.
it is,
He cannot win. He
it
cannot win
is.
that. I'm saying, come on, bro. I'm not taking
I,
no
I agree
sides.
with
I'm
you.
not picking no sides, bro. If I was
I
picking
agree
sides, I
with
wouldn't
you.
do this shit, bro. For real. You see what I'm saying?
I agree with you. I agree with you. The only thing about that is, are you going to hold the same standard and barometer when it comes to
I
Jeremiah's
do have the
side?
same parameter. What do you mean?
Okay, well, if that is the case, then the debate is not over. There must be
Who said
continuance.
did
Don't
I
forget.
say it's over? You reading the chat.
No, no, I'm not saying you're saying this over. What I am trying to get across to, what I am trying to get across to those who it may concern, is that that is not a automatic
I mean, if
loss.
that's how the brother view it, and from his biblical understanding of the scriptures, then you can't argue that man. You feel what I'm saying? Now,
I can't argue it either way because
that's how
again, I have to remain neutral, right? So let me ask. So this is a rhetorical question, but I'm putting it out there anyway. Let's say in 1500 AD there was a Jew and he was in Germany and he was being persecuted. He's under the curse of Deuteronomy.
the white Jews.
Let's let's say it was a black Jew. This is all hypothetical. And let us say in 800 BCE, there was a black Jew named Daniel in captivity, black Jew. And I say the curses stopped in 1 AD, or I say the curses continued all the way up to 1500 AD. What does that mean?
He ain't gonna be the only one being persecuted. Let's continue, man. We're not dealing with the hypothetical
Thank
like
you.
that.
That's why I say, let's
Cut it
continue.
out.
That's why I
That's
say
some
that.
crazy work right there. But let's continue. But this would materially, we can Carlos claim that such covenant conditions between completely terminated by 70 CE, especially since Carlos recognized Iberian Sephardic Jews as Israelites. Okay, but Yirmeyah needs to state the argument more precisely. I've been talking about Yirmeyah all the time. You got to do better than this, bro. You need to pull the scriptures. I've been saying this. You ain't hear me saying that. You ain't hear me saying that. I said, yo, when you said this statement about the Bible dogma or whatever, you ain't hear me say something to him about that, bro. So please do not fucking. I'm sorry. Let me calm myself down. I don't like people to bear false witness against me. That is my pet peeve, my man. I'm trying to tell you. Don't do that to me, bro. Because even if I suggested to you, and I know I've been making jokes and clowning you with the money bag, the suitcase, but I'm doing this also to make sure that I'm not being biased. You understand? Please don't label me as I gotta be biased with the word of the Lord. I'm not doing that, bro. So please don't do that, bro. Please don't do me like that. All right. Carlos accepts Sephardic Iberian Jews as covenant Israelites. Documented history shows that these same Jews suffered child seizure, forced religious conversion, banishment, and captivity after 70 CE. So my point is, if that's done in that regards, if you're accepting that right there, that's a bomb. Come on. Therefore, Carlos has not proven that every Deuteronomy 28 covenant condition ended in the first century, right? But remember, I'm not judging this. That is stronger than simply declaring that the whole chapter was fulfilled again. The decisive transatlantic claim, this is Jeremiah, at approximately 12 minutes, 49, 32, 13, 22, Jeremiah says, from Babylon to Timbuktu established that the black Portuguese Jews were persecuted by the Inquisition and sold through the Atlantic slave trade. This is the clearest attempt yet to complete its chain. Let's look at it. Iberian Jewish community, Portuguese persecution, deportation to African islands, black Jewish communities in Angola, sold through Atlantic trade, later covenant curse application. The problem is that most of the decisive links are being carried by one modern secondary work. That's what I said to Wiggins earlier about Babylon and Timbuktu not being a primary source. And that's what it addressed it. I said that. Remember I said that? Yirmeyah says, I didn't write this, but authorship is not the standard. The question is what primary records support the author's conclusion. So if he made this statement, it's written, then that cuts him right there, because this is a secondary work. For this evidence to become decisive, he needs exact page numbers, exact readable quotations, edification of the primary Portuguese or Inquisition records being cited, confirmation that the people sold were Jewish deportees or descendants, not merely Africans living near Jewish trading communities, documentation connecting those populations to particular slave voyages or destinations. Until then, this is specified evidence, but not conclusively verified evidence. Did Yirmeyah answer Carlos? Let's deal. Let's go. Did Yirmeyah answer Carlos?
One second. I got a question. Mahar. I know you're doing a lot of talking. I want to just interject since you got me back on the stage. Can you answer this question? Did it say Carlos's source about the Jews being sold on slave ships? What did he say about that source? Was it primary source,
We haven't
secondary
got
source? Because
we
I keep
haven't got we haven't got there yet.
We didn't got that
okay.
yet. Everything's gonna be addressed.
That's please let me know. That's what I'm really pushing for. Because my position is that's a secondary source. It's not primary, and he was given points for that. Okay, I'm off mic.
That's why I was saying earlier. They need to straighten up the debate rubrics so people have to address certain particular points in the debate where they can lose points off of that. You see what I'm saying? We have to make it more academia. You feel me? Where you can't run because everybody have a copy of the rubrics. Each participant gotta have a copy of the rubric, and if they don't address the things that's in the rubric, there's points taken. So this can't be, I just like what he said, or I feel he said this, that, and the third. It have to be everything got to be decent in order, man. You feel what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? That's all I'm trying to say right there on that. All right, Elder Wiggins is back. We got Sister E. What's up, Sister E? Say something, Sister E.
What's up? I'm sorry, I was cooking dinner. I'm so sorry.
All
I'm
right,
running
cooking them
late.
pork chops, lamb hops.
No. We cooking beef roast and collard greens with turkey tails.
Woo, that sounds good. I know my sister ain't cooking no abominations. She try to keep the law. Yeah. So how you been listening?
I just hopped in. I just got done cooking, and I was trying to hop in and listen to what's going on.
All right, cool. So you might have to go back and catch up, but there's a whole lot of meat going on. We about to conclude. I think this is the second round or the first round. All right. So we concluded the first round. Then Yirmeyah answered. Did Yirmeyah please, said y'all, answered Apostle Carlos, right? Prince of Judah, right? Carlos' first round argument. Deuteronomy 28 had ancient fulfillments. Yirmeyah response. Scripture contains recurring patterns of later Jewish suffering. Result partially answered. Ancient fulfillment exhausted the curses. Later Sephardic Jews, Yirmeyah responds, later Sephardic Jews experienced corresponding covenant conditions. Significant challenge, but no decisive textual rule established. Carlos' first round argument, West Africans lack demonstrated covenant identity. Yirmeyah response presents Portuguese Jewish migration into African islands and Angola. Results meaningful progress. Carlos, no demonstrated connection to the slave trade. Yirmeyah response quotes a source saying black Portuguese Jews were sold in that trade. Directly answered, but requires collaboration. Similarity. That's what I'm saying. We have to go back to the scripts on certain things. We have to. Certain prophetic scripts, man. You feel me? Similarity does not establish fulfillment. Points to Carlos' acceptance of Sephardic. Hold up. Yirmeyah. Let me see, make sure that's Carlos. Similarity does not establish fulfillment. That's his joint. That's his statement. Similarity does not establish fulfillment. I'm trying to get Carlos' voice. Points to Carlos' acceptance of Sephardic identity plus later suffering. Stronger than similarity alone, but still incomplete. Selected curses were fulfilled in ancient Israel. Does not systematically address Carlos' individual ancient correspondence. I think that's what the judge was saying. Largely unanswered. Okay. All curses ended by the first century presents alleged post-first century covenant suffering. Carlos' termination claim is seriously pressured. What this round established and what it does not. Yirmeyah makes a potentially damaging argument against Carlos. Carlos identified Iberian Sephardic Jews as Israelites. Historical evidence indicates that those communities suffered exile, child seizure, forced conversion, captivity, and dispersion centuries after 70 CE. Therefore, Carlos cannot simply declare that all covenant curses activity ended in the first century without explaining those later conditions. But this does not automatically prove every enslaved West African was an Israelite. The entire transatlantic slave trade fulfilled Deuteronomy 28. Every individual curse must recur in each later captivity. Shared appearance established shared genealogy. Black Jewish communities listed in West Africa were the principal populations enslaved. Presentation and conduct, Yirmeyah's strength directly attacked Carlos' termination assumption, supplied a more concrete Iberia to Africa to slave trade chain, used Carlos' recognition of Sephardic Jewish identity against Carlos' position, presented post-70 CE evidence relevant to the exact proposition, addressed the translated connection more directly than in one round, weakness, misidentified Deuteronomy 28:65 as verse 54, used weak proof text for manifold fulfillment principle, read several sources too unclearly for the audience or judge to evaluate. True. Very true. I was so mad about that. Relied heavily upon from Babylon to Timbuktu. I kind of agree. Repeated premature declarations that the debate is already over. Used insults such as Carlos being outside the inside of his mind. Spent late round time on Egyptian racial classification and did not advance the proposition. Sometimes treated what his source allegedly says as proof without explaining its underlying evidence. The host announced 1 minute round 15:55 and called time around 16:57. You see how the truth got everything down pat, Carlos? Stop questioning my truth, bro. Because the screen sharing interrupter was paused and the official debate clock, not the file's complete 17:18 duration, should determine any overtime penalty. So going overtime gotta be a part of the judgment. Taking points too. 15 minutes is 15 minutes. That's what it is. Right? And I don't agree that you got to stop the clock and pull up your screen and none of that shit. That's supposed to be in your time. You can't pull it up fast because you don't know the technology, whatever. That's your problem. It should not be stopped. I don't agree with that. I ain't gonna lie. Now I may say that right now, not being in a debate, but if I'm saying it, I mean it. Whatever you got to present it in your 15 minutes, and you can't pause or stop and wait a minute. Let me get the screen up. No, you're supposed to be practicing that from the beginning. Provisional second round verdict. This is Yirmeyah's strongest affirmative round so far. He moved beyond general parallels and offered an identifiable population Carlos himself accepts as Israelite documented post 70 CE persecution, a proposed route into West Africa, and an explicit claim that black Portuguese Jews entered the Atlantic slave trade. That's what Carlos did. However, the round decisive historical conclusion is not yet secured because the most important evidence is difficult to hear, insufficient cited in the presentation, or dependent on a source requiring collaboration. Round classification, strong attack on Carlos 70 CE termination, claim substantial progress on the transatlantic connection, incomplete verification of the decisive genealogical and slave trade links. Yirmeyah has now forced Carlos to address the post 70 CE evident directly. Carlos cannot answer this round merely by showing that Deuteronomy 28 has applied in Babylon. He must explain why later acknowledged Israelite experiencing the same covenant conditions cannot represent continue or renew application. So when we hear Carlos round, we'll find out who won the second round. Right? Everybody with me? We going, right? We going. Yes, sir. We gotta establish these rules, man. You know what I'm saying? You want to step up your debate professionalism and all that stuff like that, then it need to be done. Right? Let me take me a sip right quick. Anybody want to say something for like 30 seconds?
Yeah, I do. You don't need to be taking
No,
a
man, we're
water
really
break.
just
Now
trying to
get
get.
back to reading.
We're just
Get
trying
back
to
to
get to it,
reading.
man. Come on, let's go.
Hey, bro, I'm reading. I'm doing all the
You're
reading. I
doing a
can't,
good job reading. Now keep going.
liquid, liquid.
Read.
Say it again.
Wait a minute,
Say it
wait a
again.
minute, wait a minute, brother.
Read.
We're not here. We're not here for all the shenanigans, right? Let's keep it professional, right? We're not doing that, right, Don?
Right. We ain't
Read.
taking no sip of no water. Read.
Hey, Mr. Elder Wiggins, you want to read?
No, the screen too small.
So mute your
I wish
filthy
I could
wicked.
read it, but I can't see it in this. Your screen is, man, them things I can't even see. I just see lines of black and white. That's all. I can't even see that. I wish you could blow it up, but
Hold
even when
up,
I
hold
put
up.
it on the landscape, if I put it on the portrait, I can't even see it. And I turn my
Go ahead.
phone sideways. It's just too
Let me put
small. You need a bigger screen, man. I wish I'd have did this maybe on StreamYard or something. I just can't see it.
Hey,
So that means you're gonna have to guess what?
hold on. I'm gonna make it bigger right now. Hold on. Pause. Can you see now?
Ain't no difference. We're on the cell phone. We ain't gonna be able to see that.
Hey, yo,
You gotta blow that up like 400 times for you to see that.
All right. Cool.
I'd
If I
love to
blow it up.
read it though. Give you a break.
All right. How about now?
Nah, still too small. I ain't gonna be able to see that, man. I need a magnifying glass. I ain't
Okay.
gonna
All
wait. Hey, you got a
right.
magnifying glass?
Y'all just gonna make me read.
Do you have a magnifying glass? Don't worry about it if you ain't got it, because I can't see that. I
All
can't
right.
blow
What
it
else?
in it. It's too small. The app.
Okay. Did Carlos answer Jeremiah's second round? We read that?
Wait a minute, is Don Bird up here? I
Yeah,
thought
the
we
judge.
banished this nigga to the island of Patmos.
Nah, he's here.
You're banished, Don Bird. I'm just joking.
All right. I gotta go back to where I was at because I don't know. Hold on. I'll try to minimize the screen. I shouldn't even did it. I mean maximize the screen. All right. Okay. So we are in a second round, right? Okay. Okay. Carlos' argument, Matt. Sephardic Jews could have diverse. Sephardic Jews could have diverse appearances. Carlos identifies himself and other Jamaicans as Afro Sephardic Jews. Wow, Negroes. Assessment: fair correction against reducing Jewish identity to one appearance. It also concedes that dark Sephardic Jewish descendants exist outside of Jerusalem, right? So light skin, dark skin, whatever, right? Deuteronomy 28 requires Israel to hearken. Deuteronomy 18 commands Israel to hearken to the prophet like Moses. Textually interesting, but he conflates two related yet distinct covenant commands. Deuteronomy 28 concerns refusing all the commandments, not exclusively rejecting the coming prophet. Okay? So this is Carlos' argument and the assessment. So read Carlos' argument again on that because I wanted to make sure I understood what was said because I missed it myself. Who's that coming in? Sister E. Okay. All right. So Deuteronomy 28 requires Israel to hearken. Deuteronomy 18 commands Israel to hearken to the prophet like Moses. Okay. Textual interesting, but he conflates two related yet distinct covenant command. Deuteronomy 28 concerns refusing all the commandments, not exclusively rejecting the coming prophet. Boom. Acts 3, Acts 7, Matthew 17, John 9 identify Yahushua Jesus as the prophet like Moses whom Israel must hear. Strong Christian messianic case. It proves accountability for rejecting Jesus, but does not establish that every Deuteronomy 28 curse terminated afterward. 7:09 to 847, Jesus placed responsibility for prophetic blood upon this generation. Strong evidence that first century Jerusalem faced a specific imminent judgment. Matthew 23:24 and Luke 21 identify Jerusalem, Judea, the temple, Roman armies, sword, and captivity. This is Carlos. His strongest textual connection is 70 CE. Luke 21 unmistakably concerns Jerusalem's coming desolation. 948, 58 to 1047, all things were written may be fulfilled, means every Torah curse was completed and could never apply again. This is the decisive overreach. Yeah, Yirmeyah? This is the decisive overreach. Fulfilled means, you hear this? Judge, accomplished in the predictive event. It does not inherently mean the underlying covenant sanction legally expired forever. Believers obey Jesus and escape to Pella, where rebels were destroyed. Based on later church tradition, not a contemporary record, Carlos also overstates it by claiming only rebels suffered. This generation corresponds to approximately 40-year biblical testing period ending in 70 CE. Plausible chronological argument, though scripture does not formally define every generation as exactly 40 years. 1440, 1615, siege, famine, destruction, slavery, dispersion completed all the curses. African slavery resulted from greed and economics, not covenant judgment. Read again. Siege, famine, destruction, slavery, and dispersion completed all the curses. African slavery resulted from greed and economics, not covenant judgment. He established major first century fulfillment, but simply declares termination and dismisses Yirmeyah's later evidence without examining it. Did everybody hear me? Am I talking to myself?
No, you coming through loud
Yeah,
and
you
clear.
coming through.
Okay, where is Yirmeyah at? He's not on here. All right, let me give him a call. All right, that must be him back. All right. I know you on the truck, brother. Get it together. All right. Carlos, strongest case. Apostle Carlos in the chat. Let me know you still there, Carlos. Text something. Carlos, strongest case. Because this is you and Yirmeyah thing. Carlos' best and Paul Rizzo. Carlos' best argument is the combination of Deuteronomy 18, 15, 19. Israel must hear the prophet like Moses. Matthew 23, 24, 36. Judgment will come upon this generation. Matthew 23, 37, 24 to 2. Jerusalem and its temple would become desolate. Luke 21, 20, 24. Jerusalem would be surrounded by armies. People would fall by the sword and be carried captive. Luke 21, 22. These were the days of vengeance, fulfilling what had been written. This is a substantial biblical case that Roman Jewish war and Jerusalem destruction fulfilled earlier covenant warnings. Carlos did considerably better here than in round one, where most of his fulfillment evidence came from Babylon. He has now proved the first century rejection of Yahweh culminated in a major judgment upon Jerusalem corresponding to Deuteronomy siege, sword, desolation, captivity, curse. That point should be conceded. The decisive logical problem, Carlos needs to prove something strong. All Deuteronomy 28 occurs permanently ended in 70 CE. Luke 21:22 does not expressly say that. The Greek expression is, I don't know how to speak Greek. For all the things written to be fulfilled accomplished. The phrase established fulfillment of the written judgment involved in those days of vengeance. It does not add, and those covenant sanctions shall legally expire, and they can never operate again, and no Israelite generation after this may experience them. Carlos treats fulfillment and expiration as synonymous. They are not automatically the same. The immediate continuation of Yahweh's statement also creates a problem for Carlos. Luke 21:24 says the people will be led captive among the nations, and Jerusalem will remain trampled until, in bold, the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. Thus, the consequence described do not simply stop when the city falls. Captivity, dispersion, and Gentile domination continue afterward. Luke 21:20-28. Carlos has established a fulfillment event. He has not established the termination date of every consequence arising from it. Problems in the hearken argument. Carlos built this chain. Deuteronomy 28, Israel must hearken. Deuteronomy 18, hear the prophet. Jesus is that prophet. First century Israel reject Jesus. Every Deuteronomy 28 curse ended in 70 CE. The first four links are defensibly within his theology. Theology. 1, 2, 3, 4. First century Israel rejects Yahweh. The final link does not necessarily follow. Every Deuteronomy 28 curse ended in 70 CE. Deuteronomy 28:15 said the curse arise from failing to obey God's commandment and statute. Deuteronomy 18:19 provides accountability and refusing the prophet. Carlos may reasonably include the rejection of Yahweh within covenant disobedience, but he cannot reduce the entire basis of Deuteronomy 28 to that single violation without textual proof. Rejection of Yahweh can explain why first century judgment occurred. It does not explain why all earlier covenant consequences permanently ceased. He does not answer Yirmeyah's post-70 CE evidence. Yirmeyah's second round raised several specific claims. Sephardic Jews experienced forced conversion and expulsion. Jewish children were seized and sent to Sao Tome. Portuguese Jewish communities entered parts of Africa. Black Jewish Portuguese allegedly entered the Atlantic slave trade. Carlos himself recognized Sephardic descendants as Israelites. Carlos does not examine or refute those sources. Instead, he says, I don't care what happens in Spain and Portugal. Did you say it? Sorry. And I'm not against Carlos. Don't think I'm against Carlos. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I don't agree with his understanding about us being Israelites, but this is the debate, and this is what it is. That does not answer this argument. Spain and Portugal matter precisely because Carlos recognized Sephardic Jews as Israelites. That's a bomb. And Yirmeyah words. That's a bomb, right? He needed to show one of the following. Yirmeyah misquoted the sources. He sees the seed children were not Israelites. The Jewish immigrants did not enter the relevant African communities. The alleged black Jewish captives were not sold through the Atlantic trade. Later acknowledged Israelite experiencing curses or experiencing curse-like conditions cannot constitute continued covenant judgment. He established none of these. His statement that African enslavement happened because of greed and economics is false either or. Biblical covenant judgment routinely operates through an ordinary political, military, and economic motives. Babylon wanted territory and wealth, but scripture still interpret Babylonian conquest as covenant judgment. Historical problems, the Pella tradition is later disputed. The early explicit surviving account of Jewish Christian fleeing to Pella comes from Eusebius in the 4th century, not a contemporary eyewitness chronicle. Scholars debate its precise historicity and chronology chronology, discussion of appellate evidence. I can click on that one or not. Carlos, should I? No. Carlos can cite this as a church tradition, but not confidently say the records prove earlier believer escaped. The army's withdrawal requires clarification. The Roman commander who approached Jerusalem and unexpectedly withdrew in 60 CE was Sitius Gallus. Titus conducted the later siege, culminating in 70 CE. Bridges historical overview. Right. The transcript appears to attribute the withdrawal to Titus and his son. That is historical incorrect, as transcribers should be checked against the audio in case the transcription misheard Carlos. Okay, so you got a little pass on that. Transcription appears to attribute the withdrawal to Titus and his son. That is historical incorrect, as transcribed. It could be checked against the audio in case the transcription misheard Carlos. Only rebels got killed is unsupported, Carlos says. The only people who got killed were the rebels. The siege involved widespread famine, civilian suffering, death, enslavement, displacement. Even accepted the Pella tradition would not prove that early believers escaped or that casualties was an anti-Christian rebellion. Citation and presentation correction at approximately 503, Carlos cited Matthew 4:30. For thou shalt worship the Lord thy God. The correct citation is Matthew 4:10. Moses and Elijah represented the law and the prophets. And Matthew 17 is a traditional interpretation, not something that passage explicitly states. The law and the prophets were until John comes from Luke 16:16. It does not by itself mean Moses' writing became irrelevant or that all covenant consequences ceased. Around 1340 transcript says the period to 70 CE was roughly 70 years, but Carlos' surrounding argument clearly extends approximately 40 years. The repeated claims that Yirmeyah is racist, ignorant, already defeated, or merely follow street corner teachers add no evidentiary value. Did Carlos answer Yirmeyah's second round? Yirmeyah's argument, ancient fulfillment, does not automatically prove expiration. Luke 21:22 says written judgment would be fulfilled. Result, strong response, but expiration still not proved. First century Jerusalem underwent covenant judgment. Yirmeyah's argument. Carlos' response. Connect Deuteronomy 18, Matthew 23, and Luke 21. Successfully established. Later Sephardic Israelites suffered corresponding curses. Says only Jerusalem. Carlos says only Jerusalem matters and disregards Spain and Portugal. Not adequately answered. Jewish children were seized and deported to San Tome. No direct examination. Carlos' response. Not answered. Black Portuguese Jews allegedly entered the Atlantic trade. I just want to say, can anybody hear me?
Loud and clear, not
Okay.
answered.
Okay, all right. Black Portuguese Jews allegedly entered the Atlantic trade. Carlos' response says African slavery resulted from greed and economics. Assertion, not sourced. Rebuttal. Carlos recognized Sephardic Jews as Israelites. Carlos' response reaffirms his own Afro-Sephardic identity, conceded, and it intensifies Yirmeyah's challenge.
Bomb.
Covenant patterns continue after early fulfillments. Says fulfilled means complete. Well, Yirmeyah said covenant patterns continue after early fulfillment. Apostle says fulfilled means complete and permanently finished. Declared, not textually demonstrated.
Bomb.
Transatlantic slavery connects to Deuteronomy 28, Yirmeyah position. Apostle Carlos emphasized Jerusalem, Judea, and 70 CE, partially challenged, not historically refuted. This alone, I don't know if this is a good win for him in this round. I don't know. I have not even read all of this. This is my first time reading it. Okay? I just want y'all to know that I'm not being partial. I did not tell Yirmeyah the results or Carlos at all.
I'd like to make a brief comment if I could.
Okay.
Good reading, by the way. I agree with AI's assessment.
Let me just finish this. It's going to end right here. Then you can.
Oh, you got more? Okay.
And then you can go. Provisional second round. Provisional. Right. Second round verdict. So it's not the end. Right. It's not over. Carlos gave a stronger biblical presentation Dan Yirmeyah in organization, textual sequencing, and direct defense of 70 CE. His use of Matthew 23 and Luke 21 convincingly demonstrate that Yahweh predicted an imminent judgment upon first century Jerusalem. But Yirmeyah's argument was more responsive to the complete proposition because he presented alleged evidence of non-Israelite experience corresponding covenant conditions after 70 CE. So, category, edge. Scriptorial organization, edge, Carlos. Proof of judgment upon first century Jerusalem, Carlos. Proof that every curse permanently expired, neither. Post 70 CE historical evidence, Yirmeyah. Direct response to opponent's evidence, Yirmeyah. Source clarity, Carlos. Professional conduct, Yirmeyah both use insults. Overall second round, even to a very narrow Carlos edge. Even to a very narrow Carlos edge. This is the problem I have with Yirmeyah. Especially here. Never win there. He can never win there. Never. Right? Never. Okay?
All right. So,
I'm not finished. Carlos won the
yeah,
battle. Carlos won the presentation battle, but he did not decisively win the proportions. His round proves Deuteronomy judgment reached a major fulfillment in Jerusalem first century destruction. ABC 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry. It does not yet prove every Deuteronomy 28 curse ended permanently in 70 CE, and no acknowledged Israelite population could experience continuing covenant consequences afterward. The essential unanswered question remains, where does scripture say fulfilled in Jerusalem means legally expired for all Israel everywhere? That is the end of round 2. What you have to say, Judge?
once again, I agree with AI's analytics and breakdown and summary and the provisional verdict because I too came to the same thing. It was basically equal because of where's the connection or the proof. A lot of the proofs were not substantiated. There was a lot of claims thrown out there, but I said that already. A lot of claims, not a lot of proofs. Good squabble though. But why did Carlos get the edge? Well, I think the reasons is real clear why he got the edge in both rounds. Now, if AI is saying, and I want y'all to think with me a little bit, if AI is telling you this in great detail, this is what you call elaborations. Can I do that in 5 minutes? No, I can do it during the rounds. I can do it during the debate, but I can't give you full analytics on something like this unless I'm personally doing it like we're doing it here. But I agree with AI standard. I see myself using that same standard while I'm thinking about it. And it's neck and neck. That's what you call it's even.
Yeah.
And that's what is being shown so far. Now, am I biased? Well, if I'm using the same rubric AI is using, then guess what? Then AI is biased too. That's my argument because we both come to the same conclusion. So therefore, that's my proof. See how that works? That's my argument. Do something to refute.
And his name is Truth, Judge. Okay? All praise. I like that. Okay. So let's get to the final round. Round 3. Right? 10-18. Let's rock. Let's rock through it. Okay? Receive the large emblem. We're going to get right to Yirmeyah's argument map. 1 minute 4 to 2:09. Let's go. Acts 1:6 shows Israel kingdom had not yet restored. Let me read again. Argument. Acts 1:6 shows Israel's kingdom have not yet been restored. Assessment relevant against saying everything was over in the first century, but Carlos' precise claim concerns the curses, not where Israel's future restoration was complete. Luke 21:24 and Isaiah 60 show captivity and dispersion continue until future restoration. Yirmeyah assessment. It's all Yirmeyah. Yirmeyah showing his argument. Luke 21 itself extends captivity and Gentile dominion beyond Jerusalem's fall. Revelation 2:9-39 identify the present occupation of Jerusalem as forced Jews. Unsupported application, of course. Both passages originally addressed a particular first century congregation and opponents. Yirmeyah does not prove they identify all modern Jews. All right. Carlos' picture of an ancient Israelite contradicts Carlos' own appearance. All curses later befell Iberian Jews and their descendants. The appearance criticism is rhetorical. The border post 70 Sephardic argument is relevant, but requires evidence verse by verse. Black fatherlessness fulfilled Deuteronomy 20:54-55. Serious contextual error. The verse concerns seeds induced cannibalism, not fathers abandoning households. 643-936. The arrogant slave ship, in which I say something different on that in the spirituality of the modern times. Manifold. The arrogant slave ship incident paralyzed Israelites eating their children during siege. The historical what's that? Reciprocity or reciprocity? That's not reciprocity. Retrocity, the historical retrocity is real, but it does not match the passage. Slave traders allegedly killed an African man and forced other captives to eat him. Parents did not eat their own children, right? Deuteronomy 28:41-37 corresponds to enslaved. Yirmeyah. That was if they killed that man and forced other captives to eat him, parents did not eat their own children, and definitely not alone. If they did, had a piece of a foot. Okay? So I got to be directly like, boom, you ate your ox in Jeremiah. And that case with Solomon and the two women, right? Deuteronomy 28:41-37. And I'm sure there may be some historical records that African so-called black people ate their own children in America. I'm sure we can find it. Deuteronomy 28:41-37 corresponds to enslaved children, ridiculed and becoming a byword among nations. Reasonable general correspondence. He correctly challenged Carlos if Carlos claimed byword could refer only to the temple. Minute 10. Deuteronomy 28:65 describes Israel finding no rest among the nations. Relevant post-dispersion text, but still requires covenant identity proof. J.A. Rogers, section Rachel says ancient Chaldeans, probably the Jews, were black. Historically weak as presented, Rogers provides an old racial reconstruction, not direct genealogical or archaeological proof. 12. So he just basically killed A.J. Rogers right there. So that's wild. It says historically weak as presented though. Rogers provides an old racial reconstruction, not genealogical or archaeological proof. Spanish and Portuguese Jews were expelled and some migrated to Northwest Africa. The general migration is historically defensible. Identifying those migrants with population carried in the Atlantic slave trade remains unproved in this round. So you can't argue that, basically. So that's a powerful position right there. Just got to connect it all the way. You feel me? In scripture. Yirmeyah strongly rebuttal Luke 21 does not end at 70 CE. Yirmeyah correctly returns to the continuation of Carlos' controlling passage. They should be led away captive, all nations, Jerusalem be trodden down by the Gentiles to the time the Gentile be filled. Luke 21:24. Carlos used Luke 21:22. All things are written, may be fulfilled to place covenant judgment in the Roman destruction of Jerusalem. Yirmeyah answered from Luke 21:24 that Jerusalem siege occurs, Israelites are carried captive, captivity continues among nations, Jerusalem remains under Gentile domination. Those conditions continue until another appointed period is completed. That is an important textual correction. Carlos cannot use verse 22 to make every consequence to terminate at the city destruction, while verse 24 explicitly carries captives and Gentile domination beyond it. Can anybody hear me? Anybody hear me? Check. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you out.
Okay, cool. Somebody just came in. Let me see. Hope it's Carlos. The judge is back. All right. Acts 1:6 also supports the distinction. Lord, would that this time restore again the kingdom to Israel? the apostles in Acts 1 and 6 still anticipate Israel restoration. See how I did that, Yirmeyah? The apostles in Acts 1 6 still anticipate Israel restoration after the reconstruction. However, this established that Israel's complete restoration was future, not automatically that the transatlantic slave trade fulfilled Deuteronomy 28. The precise Yirmeyah argument could be Luke 21 proves fulfillment began in Jerusalem, but verse 24 proves the resulting captivity and Gentile domination continued afterward. Carlos has proved a first century judgment, not the first century expiration of every consequence. That is much stronger than saying simply, how can everything be over? Major contextual error. Fatherless is not Deuteronomy 20:54. Yirmeyah displays statistics concerning black children growing up without father connects to Deuteronomy 28:54-55. The application does not fit the passage. Deuteronomy 28:52 establishes the setting. He shall besiege thee and all thy gates. Verse 53-57. They describe famine so extreme that Israelites eat their own children. The tender and delicate man's eyes become the evil towards his wife and children because he refuses to share the flesh he is eating during the siege. The passage concerns enemy siege, catastrophic famine, eating one's children, refusal to share human flesh with one's family. It does not concern single parent household, father living outside the home, divorce or abandonment, school dropout rates, anxiety disorder, uh, manifold. Furthermore, Yirmeyah displays statistics came from a modern statistic aggregation web page rather than a direct census or peer-reviewed source. Let me read that again. Furthermore, Yirmeyah displays statistics came from a modern statistic aggregation web page rather than a direct census or peer-reviewed source. Even if every number were accurate, still would not establish Deuteronomy 2054, the display statistics page. Verdict, real social problem, wrong biblical passage. The arrogant incident, maybe Isaiah 3:12. The arrogant incident does not fulfill the cannibalism curse. The historical source Yirmeyah attempted to read concerns the Portuguese schooner arrogant. I can't say it. Not Agros or Argon. The verified basic account is HMS Snake captured the Arrogante off Cuba in November 1837. More than 330 Africans have been transported from the Upper Guinea coast. After arriving in Montego Bay, crew members were accused of killing an enslaved African man, cooking his flesh, and forcing other captives to eat it. University of Leeds research record LCL event summary. This is evidence of an appalling slave trade atrocity, but it's not what Deuteronomy 28:53-57 predicts. Deuteronomy 28, arrogant allegation. Israelites under military siege, captains aboard a slave ship. Famine caused by besieged enemies, violence by slave ship crew. Parents eat their sons and daughter, crew killed an adult African captive. Family members refuse to share their children's flesh, captives alleged forced to consume another captive. Yirmeyah calls it a parallel, but the controlling features are materially different. Yeah, I wouldn't just use that alone. Yeah. At most, the incident proves extreme brutality during the Atlantic slave trade. It does not prove the specific siege, cannibalism curse, and it does not establish that the captives were Israelites. Right? Yirmeyah is correct about byword. Yirmeyah makes a legitimate contextual correction, continuing Deuteronomy 28:37. Thou shalt become an astonishment, proverb, and a byword among all nations. The grammatical subject is covenant Israel. Thou, therefore, callers cannot argue that proverbs and bywords applies only to the temple merely because 2 Chronicles 7:20 used similar language concerning the temple. Both applications can exist. The temple or land can become proverbial. Israel as a people can become an object of ridicule. Nevertheless, Yirmeyah must prove the particular modern slur or experience represents the intended fulfillment. The verse itself does not specify the N word, yes, of course, not, or any other individual expression. Problem with the Chaldean argument. Yirmeyah quote J.R. Rogers' section raised that for the proposition that ancient Chaldeans were black. Abraham came from Chaldea. Therefore, Abraham, the ancient Jew, were probably black. The reasoning has several weaknesses. Coming from geographical region does not establish one permanent racial classification for anyone from that region. Abraham's period predates the secular documented Chaldean tribes of the first millennium BCE. Ur of Chaldeans may reflect a later geographical designation used by a biblical writer. Even proving Abraham was dark complexion would not prove that one modern population uniquely descends from Israel. Somebody coming back in who was that, or the judge. Rogers' statement is an interpretive racial reconstruction, not generic or genealogical documentation. Rogers is important as pioneering Black history who challenged racial historical writings, but his assertions cannot be treated as if it independently proved the Chaldeans were Negro. Modern scholarship generally describes the historical attest Chaldeans as West Semitic tribes who entered southern Mesopotamia centuries after Abraham's traditional period. The part of Yirmeyah presentation attacks Carlos' proposed appearance of ancient Israelites, but it does not advance the more important and covenant transatlantic question. Iberian Jews migration, valid history, and complete conclusion. Yirmeyah's final choice source containing several transcripts errors. Ghana should be Grenada. The king was Manuel I of Portugal. Spain experienced practicing Jews in 1492. Manuel issued Portugal exposure decree in 1496, followed by forced inversion in 1946. The basic history is sound. Spain's Alhambra or Abraham decree expelled Jews in 1492, and many refugees entered Portugal, North Africa, Italy, Ottoman territories. Portugal later forced most remaining Jews to convert Muslim of Jewish heritage. Francisco Sawyer Historical Study. This supports Jeremiah's position that recognizable Sephardic Israelites experienced displacement and prosecution centuries after 70 CE. However, the final conclusion remains unsupported. Some expelled Jews migrated into Africa. Therefore, the West African population transported to America were those Jewish migrants or descendants. He still needs population-specific documentation connecting. Identify Iberian Jews migrants, particular communities in West or Central Africa, their descendants, particular slave trade ports or villages or voyages, the enslaved population transported to the Americas. Migration into Africa is not automatically migration into slavery. The Jeremiah answered Carlos' second round. Carlos' argument, Luke 21:22, fulfills all written judgment in 70 CE. Quotes Luke 21:24, showing captivity and Gentile domination continue after. Strong answer to termination. Israel's first century rejection of Christ's triggered judgment does not directly dispute the first century judgment, implicitly conceded. Deuteronomy curses concern siege condition. Apply siege cannibalism verse to the fatherless and a slave ship killing. Unnecessary response. I agree. African slavery resulted from economics rather than covenant judgment, presents Atlantic atrocities, and later Jewish displacement shows suffering, not covenant uh, causation. Spain and Portugal are irrelevant. Returns to documented Iberian Jewish exposure and African migration. Relevant answer because Carlos accepted Sephardic identity. Jeremiah has not proved enslaved Africans was Israelites. User appearance, Chaldean claims, and general Jewish migration still incomplete. So we got to work on that. We got things we just got to work on, right? Deuteronomy 28 was fulfilled. A part two will be great. Deuteronomy 28 was fulfilled anciently. Shows consequence and recognize Israelites suffering continue after 70 CE. This is Jeremiah. Let me make sure I said the wrong thing. Carlos is first and then Jeremiah's. Okay. Meaningful challenge, but not proof of the entire transatlantic thesis. Right? So this is going to have to be worked on. Presentation and conduct. Jeremiah's strength directly use Luke 21:24 against Carlos' interpretation of Luke 21:22. Distinguish Jerusalem, the destruction from the end of captivity. Correctly read Deuteronomy 28:37 as applying power to Israel. Returning to the documented post 7 CE. Sephardic persecution. Stay within approximately 12 minutes of active presentation. Weakness. Misapplied the siege cannibalism passive fatherless. 2. misapplied the seeds cannibalism to passage to fatherlessness, misrepresented critical details of the Arrogante incident, used a weak statistic aggregator, treated an assertion in section race as conclusive historical proof, applied Revelation 2:9-3 to modern Jews without demonstrating the connection, continue using that's a murder before actually establishing the inference, spent too much time on complexion and too little on covenant genealogy, did not produce the necessary evidence connecting particular Jewish communities to documented slave voyages. Provision around 3 assessment. The round is textually strong at the beginning, but historically weak through the middle. Yirmeyah's most important achievement is exposing the distinction between the curse of reaching fulfillment in Jerusalem and every consequence permanently ending when Jerusalem fell. Luke 21:24, series precious color determination claim, but Yirmeyah weakens his affirmative trend Atlantic case through two major false correspondence. Black fathers in Deuteronomy 24:55, the Arrogante atrocities, not parents eating their own children during siege. His closing migration remains useful against the claim that acknowledged Israelites ceased suffering covenant conditions after 70 CE, but still does not identify the broader enslaved West African population as Israel. Round classification, strong rebuttal of total first century determination, valid correction concerning byword, used weak use of Deuteronomy cannibalism verses, incomplete proof of West African Israel identity. No comparative round 3 winners should be declared until Carlos' third round and examined. Anybody want to say anything on this?
Nope, I agree with the assessment. That's exactly what I came up with. Same thing. No different.
Okay. All right. Let me make sure I got the right thing going on here right quick. Hold on. All right, I believe I got the right thing.
And that was the third round assessment.
Yeah, yes, I believe it was. Yeah. Round 3 assessment, right.
Okay.
This can't be that I must have worded this wrong. Let me go back. Let me go up a little bit.
Now I do agree with that, Brother Benaiah. It is well, y'all be the judges. Like I said, I rendered based on the preponderance of evidence, not on what they didn't prove. And that's what AI is basically telling you. It's the same thing I came to. You have to actually prove these claims. And I've already stated before, you can overreach, but you have to further the argument. And that's how you do it. So I totally agree with the analytics. I think the critique is exactly identical to my own. I really think that. With some extras in there, with the whole, the ad hom and some other little small points. But I do agree with it. My thoughts align with it. And I can see that listening to this. And it's, and that's what I'm here for. See if I made a mistake, to see if I missed something, to see if there was error in what I was thinking.
All right. Mm-hmm. All right. Receive login for Yirmeyah makers trying third round. Yirmeyah argument got me go down. We're ready already, right? I think I just wrote the thing wrong there. Yeah, Yirmeyah. Okay. All right, you're gonna tell me right. All right. So that was hold on. What's going on here, man? This is the question round.
Yeah, man. So I want to make a comment, right? I want to make a comment. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, you good?
Yeah, so I want to make this clear, right? Especially dealing with the sex and race and dealing with the pushback against from AI against J.A. Rogers, right? Um, J.A. Rogers have written several books, and again, has been ostracized by the community, just as Francis West Cressing was outsized, who wrote Keys to the ISIS Papers. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that book. The sister passed away a few years ago. She was ousted by the community based upon her assessment of uh, racism and white supremacy. Now, if you're looking at this from an AI perspective, AI is going to give those biased assertions um, based upon what is the secular uh, um, opinion about these particular historians and authors, right? So we have to take that in consideration. Uh, uh, AI was dismissive of points that were good points, but it was based upon the biased nature against black authorship, right? Um, these people are credited for being uh, for exposing truth, right? And so when you're in the realm of exposing truth concerning your research and you align it with the social narrative or the social standard and it doesn't meet that criteria in the realms of what is the social theme, right? Uh, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong. We have to take that in consideration concerning the way AI views something on whether or not it is socially viable or socially accepted. If it doesn't meet that criteria of acceptance, it's going to be dismissive of the information. And that's what we just saw, right? A lot of what was just read was based upon the biasness on the information that I was bringing forth. The Argon, the ship, the Argon, right? It came out of the region, and again, I was on a time frame, and I couldn't read all the information that was connected to it. The Argon came out of Saint Tome. Saint Tome is the area in which the Jews came out of Spain and Portugal, and the Argon came from there. So we have a direct connection with the Argon coming out of Saint Tome, right? Where in which the Jews was exiled, right, and banished there out of Spain and Portugal. So that's a direct connection. It claimed, oh, there was no real connection to tell us who was those slaves on those ships. Come on, man. Come on. They did not go into Africa looking for Africans. That's not what they were not the ones that was being sought after. The ones that were being sought out after was the descendants of the Jews of Spain and Portugal based on the curses of Deuteronomy 28. How do I know? When we start to evaluate those that were selling these slaves to white people, who were they selling? Was it just grabbing people inside their own community? Was it just they had a problem with their neighbor, so they just grabbed their neighbor and sold them to the white man? No, this was a direct onslaught on a group of people that had been persecuted since the first century, now living in Spain and Portugal, exiled from Spain and Portugal, and pushed into Africa and establishing themselves in Africa, dealing in commerce, dealing in trade, establishing wealth. This is what their reputation was. I read that in the debate. They went into the interiors in my second round, and where it said they traveled into the interiors for the purpose of commerce, right? So I'm listening to the feedback from AI based upon uh, things that could have been done corrected. that could have been better, and I don't have no problem with that. The thing is that what I'm speaking on now is the dismissal of critical information that is valuable to the decision in this debate, right? And this is the same problem that I have with Don Bird. You being dismissive of the information and the historical sources that is being presented, right? Instead of examining these sources, right? And not being oh, I'm not going to even consider that. That's what we just read in AI, especially when it talked about J.A. Rogers and what it asserted concerning the Argon, which was established reports made by the authorities in Jamaica. So it was no just some hypothetical or some rumor. It wasn't a rumor what was going on. There's various other accounts that can be read, and I would encourage you all to go research that article that I pulled up when I only read a very small excerpt concerning the Argon, right? So due to time restraints, all the information couldn't come out. I asked for more time, 3 15-minute rounds. Closest I could get was 2 15-minute rounds and a 12. That wasn't my decision. I asked for the more time so I could present the information, right? And again, I don't have no problem with the presentation could have been better, right? And things that I need to work on and to improve on. I don't have no problem with that. I'm constantly improving. My problem is the dismissal of the information that we just seen from AI.
Well, let me say this on that. What you should say could be true, right? Concerning J.A. Rogers. But if you knowing that to be true, then you could not have just leaned on him to substantiate a point. You should have bought another source that correspond with that. That's maybe more credible, or whatever the case is. Because in the debate, you cannot use that. You know what I'm saying? In the determination of win or win or lose. You feel what I'm saying?
No,
Like if
I'm just addressing, and I
yeah,
get
yeah,
what
I
you.
know, I know you
I'm
addressing it.
just
I'm just
addressing
saying,
the
like,
reason why AI was dismissive of the information.
right, right. And that's what I'm saying. Like somebody else could dismiss it, right? But then if you go into the records like you doing right now, and then they substantiate it, then that'll blow their head off. You feel me? But now if
Right,
they
right,
dismiss
right.
it,
But remember the time restraints, right?
yeah, I'm just saying, like, this is if they dismiss it and then the historian dismiss it, then they're gonna feel shit. I was right anyway. But if you get a source where they dismiss, but then it's credible, then they can't. They got no argument. Then you see
Right.
what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? So I don't. I want to make sure that I have Carlos third round because it looks like I have the question and answer round. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't. I want to. So I have to put the transcripts in and thing right now, and hopefully this will bring out the information so I can have his third round. You know what I'm saying? I want to finish it. It's 10:47. I believe I can run through this real quick and go through the answer and question round, and then you got Dawn Bird joint. So I'm just saying, what y'all think? Should we continue it tonight or continue it tomorrow? Um,
Yeah, let's just pick it up tomorrow, man.
Everybody on the panel agree we'll pick it up tomorrow. Everybody in the chat, we pick it up tomorrow because it is
Because
getting,
that's the round that Wiggins was questioning, that third round.
because I want to make sure I do not skip Carlos' third round. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to skip Carlos' third round. I see it here, but it's not allowing me to like it's doing something there. Let me see. It's still answering. So I don't want to see right there. I don't like that. So I got to make sure I get Carlos third round because right there, that's the question. That's the question round. That's the question round. So what we can do is pick this up same time tomorrow. Same time tomorrow. I'm gonna make sure I get this third round. We start right at the third round, and then we go to the question and answering rounds, which there was kind of 20 minutes each. Your question and answer round was not the damn time that was said; it was longer. And then the judge breakdown of the whole matter and to that lights, man. So I think so far we got some good information. You feel what I'm saying? Um, I'm going to have everything ready tomorrow. Carlos, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, I was trying to see where's my transatlantic slave ship breakdown.
That's probably being the third round. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I got to make sure I have your third round in there before we go to a question and answering round.
Right, because I can see the question and answer.
Yeah.
I don't see my third round.
You're right. That's what I'm working on right now. If it would just pop up, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I can just I don't know if it's doing it because of the audio, but I want to put the audio in there to correspond with the text. You feel me? So I'm gonna try it one more time. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't care. I can finish this. Most I give me enough sleep. You feel what I'm saying? I ain't worrying about that. The most I gonna give me what I need. I'm doing the work. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna see. Yeah. Yeah, I want to make sure because I said, yo, wait a minute, where's this third round at? Okay, here we go. Boom. So it's gonna bring me down to the bottom. I got to make sure I come back to the top. It's gonna give me your third round. So give me your third round because I made sure I put that thing there. So we gonna get to the third round in a second. So remember, we right here because there's a whole bunch of other stuff I had to add. I mean, I went on this, so this your joint is almost done. But I'm gonna have to go all the way down so we can get this thinking and get it together. I want to get the third round. I got to get that out. I got to. Get that out. I got to get it out.
I gotta jump off here, man. I thought we was gonna pick it up tomorrow, but I gotta go, man.
Nah, we got at least his third round.
Yeah, I got to go though, man. Yeah, I gotta go to work.
Okay. Well, I'll finish the third round, man. I mean, Carlos wanted his round, so I mean, it's only fair, you know. So I'm gonna go do it, and maybe I'll stop there, and then we pick up the Q&As tomorrow, and we pick up the judgment from Rizzo, and then boom, and then maybe I could throw in the post joint in there because a lot of information came out in that post conversation. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? People were just talking, and some people probably talked themselves up out of the joint. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? But I'll get Carlos joint right here if it pop up. You know, it got to continue in the same format. So let's give it a little 2-3 minutes, man. You know, because it's everything. The whole debate is a good debate, man. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't boring. You know what I mean? It was everybody was in their bag. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Everybody was bringing out their points. You know what I'm saying? And it was an intense joint. It was type intense, man. Yeah, Carlos was in his bag. Carlos was in his bag. You was in your bag. You know what I'm saying? It's just that I'm glad that you see Yirmeyah and you not even acting funny style like some people probably would. That you and this remember the conversation we had is definitely gonna be beneficial. You feel what I'm saying? For everybody. You know. So do y'all see it coming to fruition yet? Mm. Oh, I gotta give it more. Let me go here real quick.
Still thinking.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I say a statement, make a statement. Hold on. Yeah, it should be right here. Coming up. Yeah, because I got so much stuff after that, man. Uh, and what happened was it was so long, you went over the time, and so it wouldn't let me subscribe the transcripts because it was too much data. So I had to cut it in half and put it on separate lines, and I probably misnamed something. So that's probably what happened on that. All right, it's right after here. Okay. You know, because you went first, so you was going first. Everything Carlos was coming in. Carlos ended it. Okay, round classification. You make sure. You make sure I continue it from here. Hopefully, it brings it all the way down. Still thinking. Stop.
Yeah, I'm out, man.
All right, brother. You'll be able to see it. Um, finish it for my brother Carlos. Okay, and what I'm
Shalom.
gonna do this time, what I'm gonna do this one, you may want to wait. I'm not even gonna put the audio there. I'm gonna see if it's gonna just pull this the transcript because it already have a full audio anyway in the whole system. Oh shit, game. Yeah, it's over. The gig is up, right? You said the gig is up. All right, let's see. Let's try this. Let's see if it's gonna make me put the audio there. Well, you know what? Let's hear a little song. Let's hear Carlos' song. You know what I'm saying? Carlos got a song. Carlos, I'm gonna play your song real quick. Judas Crown.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, yeah, uh, yeah, 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 I worship God in spirit, you worship God like Buddha. Come at me, a bloodline from the tribe of Judah. I live high class because life has definitely spoiled me. Diamonds, gold shining, what you expect from royalty. I'm the real prince, but ain't no purple rain. I came to bring the pain, you ain't ready, name. Apostle Lamar, my name and fame is blown up. You're a wild child, man, handled by a grown up. Watch me smile as I feed you like a stepchild who just stole something because you don't know nothing. It's the Prince of Judah, now look into my eyes. I put it in the false doctrine, speculation and lies. You're a prophet and I'm a Vietnam vet. 10 years on set, but you ain't ready yet. I anointed by the God who was the cloud. His battle axe and fists against the proud and loud. Whoever hired you, I just fired you. Remember me, the OG, because I retired you. With a Bible verse, I'm named under a curse. Want to see a dead body first, bring the hearse. Your doctrine is doo-doo, it sounds like voodoo. I'm going to cut off your locks and give you a new hairdo. I can't wait until we debate it. Your teaching is a hot air balloon, watch me deflate it. You're a kid on restrictions till you clean your mess. Then stay in the yard because I pulled your card. My theology's so hard, most churches got me barred. I bring light to the dark, you just fell out the ark. You're in the water, it's a slaughter because I'm the shark. You ain't ready? You ain't ready? You ain't ready? Hey. Hey. You ain't ready?
Yeah, man. So I'd like to thank everybody for taking the time out to be with us tomorrow. We're gonna have to continue this, right? We're gonna bring out
You ain't ready.
Pastor Carlos, third round. Fortunately, the system is not responding like I would like it. But we vibing out on the champ. Carlos, Apostle Carlos Lamar. As you see up there, Carlos has got the belt. And we're going to revisit the third round, the Q&As, and then the judgment from Puerto Rizzo, and see if everything came out as presented on Sunday evening, where Apostle Carlos was declared the winner. Right? So if everybody enjoyed the information, I'll try my best to deliver the information on my own, reading all this information. But something I want to do for all those that's in the debate community and beyond, for the Christians, for everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's good to see information, being disputed, and reasoning in scriptures. And, this is how we get to see who's really about what the scriptures talking about. All right. So with all of that being said, I'm gonna say Shalom, Most High bless. All right, Carlos, man, we gonna get it popping tomorrow. Most High will. We gonna get it done, and I'm gonna make sure everything is right. So far, Carlos, man, you edging Yirmeyah, you edging him. You feel me? So all praise and glory to the Most High, man. We see y'all mañana. All right. So I guess I just go out with Yirmeyah song, at least play a song on the outro. We're gonna do it like that. In fact, I'm gonna play a second one here. Yeah, a couple different ones.
Give it back to the film and look understandings in its applications. And child have taken way out of contact near me. Know what you were told? Yeah. At the end of this debate, all are detonated. A man here dead? Yeah. I say you wanna face, make a try. Yeah. I'm about to cut his lawn. You say you wanna bet he win? Yeah, I'm trying to put his life on pawn, but I won't get no bond, no. Something's my overseen, said you're not that weird too. This thing gotta lay seeds, we the ones to stand and face the nation. The only flower we've got is lack of patience. Take their head as rights consultation. Thought the war, it bores the motivation. Yes, really, to face the situation. Or that at least the liberation in the train fight. The plantation, you man. The classmates don't get out of line, but we don't pay on no mind. If you can grab the mind, beat me, get sick in the mind. You gotta be outside the inside or just take a mind. Mind this thing, I don't know many dead, but I didn't do shots of the head. It's making really thinking that he innocent, but he really don't die from the layup. For everything he got dying in bed. But I think it was sunny to see. We don't go when the light is green and bust them upside down. No, I mean E3D7.